very eager to see what the Ukrainians and the Americans have come up with in this.
Oh, wait, out. It's better.
The 28-foot plan that's in the press is not the one that they're discussing right now, and the one they're discussing right now is the one that the Americans have provided. And the Europeans get incorporated into these conversations. They've got a lot at stake. There's a lot of things that the Europeans have on the table that are included in these 28-foot plans that are there now, that the Europeans have a lot to say about, so I'll be looking for that too.
All right. Ambassador Bill Taylor, thank you for the time and perspective. As always, good to see you.
Thank you, Omar. Good to see you.
All right, up next.
Someone's listening, and I feel like I'm so close to justice.
The man who accused the Sean Diddy Combs of sexually harassing college students. We're seeing that exclusive next.
This situation will weekday morning at 10 on CNN and watch on CNN now.
I can clean your teeth, but I can't wash your whole mouth.
Yes, we're toothbrushes, not mouth brushes.
Listerine works with brushing to deliver 5 times more cleaning power, plus it contains clinically proven essential oils.
For whole mouth health, Listerine. Wash your mouth. Get Neffy, the only available spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions. Now available through a free virtual visit at getneffy.com. Use it for signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions.
It's not about to get, that's how stealing it from Pfizer. Maybe not, you're not going to tell you this in my head, but it's not about to get, you can stop getting stolen from Pfizer for its thing. It takes a while to finish, it takes like a year and a half now. Finish it was almost ready. And just ordered a whole bunch of it, and it's going to be ready, but you guys got to fall back. It's not going to be ready for like a year and a half, 2 years complete to the people, like 2 years. A year and a half is almost done. Important. It's not good.
At Great Wolf Lodge, there's excitement in every slide, adventures waiting to begin, and dance parties every night. So bring your pack together and holiday savings are here. Book now and save up to 40%.
For the perfect present, the perfect place is your local Ace. This Christmas, get free assembly and delivery on your new grill at Ace. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed.
Is your asthma rescue a dinosaur? Air Super is the only asthma rescue inhaler FDA approved to treat symptoms and help prevent asthma attacks. Air Super should not be used as a maintenance treatment for asthma. Get medical help right away if your breathing doesn't improve or worsens, or for serious allergic reactions like rash, mouth or tongue swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing, or chest pain. Using Air Super more than prescribed could be life-threatening. Serious side effects include increased risk of thrush or infections or heart problems like faster heart rate and higher blood pressure. Ask your doctor if Air Super is right for you.
COPD is an ugly reality. I watch as this world just keeps getting smaller.
I'm saying that as
But then, Trelegy helped us see things a little differently. With 3 medicines in one inhaler, Trelegy keeps airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Once daily Trelegy also improves lung function, so he can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy will replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Tell your doctor if worsening breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
Santa videos every day.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now, I have Rinvoq, a once daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin
Plus, many had clear skin and less itch, even at 4 years.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CD event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your dermatologist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Do you think you can become a big league ago?
Would you like to tell me why you don't think I can?
I have 3 years to do as much as we can. How we shine a light on the humanity I know is still there.
Prime Minister, now streaming on the CNN app.
We're learning more about the sexual battery allegations made against rapper Sean Diddy Combs that have prompted a new investigation by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister spoke exclusively with the man who says Combs made unwanted sexual advances to him. And I want to warn you, this interview contains graphic content that some viewers may find disturbing.
Violated me like I've never been violated.
Jonathan Hay. In his first TV interview since the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department opened a new investigation into allegations that Sean Diddy Combs forced Hay to perform oral sex on him.
Someone's listening, and I feel like I'm so close
This
to
is how you
justice.
say that.
Finally.
Hay, a music publicist and producer, said his first incident with Combs in 2020 when he collaborated on new music on radio with the late rapper Notorious B.I.G. This is Hay, modeling big clothes, a photo he gave to the police. Taken on the day, he says he found himself alone with Combs.
He took a phone call, sat down, I heard like sex noises. He was really like masturbating. This goes on for a few minutes, just like the whole thing, to be over. The next thing you know, he ejaculates into one of Biggie's shirts. That was the shirt that was rest in peace, Big.
Hay, in his press report, said that he kept the incident to himself, but it began to eat at him, and eventually told Biggie's son, C.J. Wallace, who was collaborating with him on the new music.
I finally got that off my chest. Almost a year.
But Hay told police that the dynamic of the partnership changed. In March 2021, Hay went for what he thought was an interview for Combs' Revolt TV. Instead, he says he was taken to a house where Combs entered the room.
Chaos erupted. He was screaming at me. He was in a rage.
You guys see that stuff? Man, we did this time like so many times. And, I did. That was me and Mr.
Hay says he was dead, but Combs pulled his head back and allegedly did it again. Approximately.
This is what I want you to do. I started writing these down, so I just wanted to write it down because I could put the places we could go and put stores. I got on here. You got the who's gonna get stores. Yeah, that's why it's a bunch more than the thing. It's like,
Combs' attorneys told CNN, Mr. Combs categorically
here we go.
defamatory.
In Iraq, you go to Bahrain, Bex, Maskisum, Operon, Opposite Constantine, Fred, Koromasan, Sopron, Jabaran, Karma, Isakan, Nukas, Somerset, Voss, Red Sea. Oh, it's different. This is just all places you can go.
The remainder of the songs that Hay had produced.
Haiti, McDonald Island, Honduras, Sparks. See, I started doing dumb shit too. I'm not gonna get Hong Kong, Hungary, Iceland.
Combs is now
There's some places you can go.
federal prison. Hay hopes that his case will add to that.
I was not only, that's what I thought about doing.
Attack me like he doesn't need to be out on the streets.
Elizabeth Wagmeister, CNN, Los Angeles.
French Polynesia, French Southern Territory, Saudi, Germany, Georgia, Germany, Berlin, Baden-Württemberg. Yeah, so these are good. These understand. Like in Germany, we can put a store in Berlin, Baden-Württemberg, Bremen, Hessen, Hamburg. So they're back in because they remember now. Niedersachsen, Nordheim, Nessenfohlen, Rocheland, Platz, Stefan is to the mouth. Let's go 16 and older. And that's it. And that's it. There's other places, but they don't want the stores and the residential and this and that. Don't even try. This is the place we go. Important. This is good information. And this is stuff I want to get to YouTube. It's one of the jobs. Somebody maybe on the green. I don't know. If this is all email and stuff. It's easy. This is desk work. All desk work. You don't go to any space. You sit at the desk. That's it. That's why I kept writing them down because I added that stuff to it.
Sure knows these parts well.
So if you start at the beginning, it's easy to understand because you get the country and then where you can go in the country. Afghanistan, the whole thing. I guess. Other islands, the whole thing. Albania, Algeria. That's it. American Samoa, Andorra, Angola, Portugal, and Barbuda, Argentina, Buenos Aires, Entre Torrijos, Chaco, Comara, Mendoza, Rio Negro, Santa Fe, Tucumán, Tierra del Fuego, Corrientes, Portugal, Santa Cruz, America, Aruba, Armenia, the same also include Armenia, I was so pissed off with that. I said, I don't understand this at all. Where's the beginning? What is this? The home part signal? What the fuck does that do? This whole stuff. This is already.
And try Vapor Shower Max for steamy big vapors.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. Now I have Sky Resi.
And now I'm back in the picture. Feel significant symptom relief in 4 weeks with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements. Skyrizi helped visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining, and with Skyrizi, many were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, and even at 3 years.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, be checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's.
Now's the time to take control of your Crohn's.
I've been trying to figure this out, and I copied it. Now I'm understanding.
Skyrizi,
I don't know how to play this square.
French toast nibblers? Breakfast now. Actually, I'm thinking about heading out only because I want to beat the traffic. If I throw the sleepovers the next time, I was going to throw the games on. You're a Notre Dame guy. I'm from Texas. What is that? Yeah. I mean, how can you call yourself a
He knows where to go in the places. That's why I was like, I'm just going to do it. That's all.
college and pro games all in one place?
I was just far back. He was just going to go.
You ever try pancakes and guac?
I'm saying, he was like this. He just got to do it. He can sell it himself.
I think you're going to be happy.
I'm not making everybody fucking know. I'm not smart. I'm not good. Back up. John and I get back up. Look at us. What is it? You have to really want to do your thing. You know there's that. Not bye. Okay, that's part of it. Third position. I can tell. Those two are something.
Now accepting donations for homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
When was the last full exorcism that you carried out? 2 days ago?
David Culver explores the rise of exorcisms across Christian faiths.
Can you get my own within it? So that's all I'm asking to hold down.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper. Tonight at 8 on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Closed captioning brought to you by mesobook.com.
If you were allowed to have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now.
Time travel
Come to
paper.
you.
He always misses everything unless you're fucking right there talking to him. See what you got going on.
Some strong reaction from GOP Senator Bill Cassidy during his conversation with CNN. After HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. ordered the CDC to update its website to contradict its longtime guidance that vaccines don't cause autism. Now, Cassidy, who chairs the Senate's Health Committee, repeatedly stressed that vaccines are safe, and anything that contradicts that notion is a problem.
Vaccines are safe. As has been pointed out, it's actually not disputed. It's actually quite well proven that vaccines are not associated with autism. There's a fringe out there that thinks so, but they're quite a fringe. President Trump agrees that vaccines are safe.
CNN's Julia Benbrook is in Washington, D.C. I mean, Julia, Senator Cassidy voted to confirm RFK Jr. as HHS Secretary. What can you just tell us about this dynamic going on right now with the CDC and obviously Senate reaction as well?
Yeah, he was a key vote in that confirmation process, and he is not the only one criticizing this change right now. Medical professionals are voicing concerns as scientific information on the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's website was replaced last week with anti-vaccine talking points. So let's take a look at those changes. Bullet points on the site now claim that the statement, vaccines do not cause autism, is not an evidence-based claim, adding, quote, because studies have not ruled out the possibility. So that's what you see first on the webpage, and then you scroll down to the main header. It still states vaccines do not cause autism, but with an asterisk that directs readers to a footnote, and there it states the wording was not removed due to an agreement with the chair of the U.S. Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. That, of course, refers to a promise by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to Republican Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana during his confirmation process. Now, Cassidy is a physician, and in a statement following the website change, Cassidy said in part, I am a doctor who has seen people die from vaccine-preventable diseases. What parents need to hear right now is vaccines for measles, polio, hepatitis B, and other childhood diseases are safe and effective and will not cause autism. Any statement to the contrary is wrong, irresponsible, and actively makes Americans sicker. Now, Cassidy, when he spoke with CNN's Jake Tapper earlier today, he avoided directly placing blame on Kennedy. He did, though, reiterate his message, saying that there needs to be a consistent signal that vaccines are safe.
Did you give RFK Jr. too much credit? What are you going to do now to push back against this?
Well, first, I'm not minimizing these changes. They are important. Because you need to send a consistent signal that vaccines are safe. I'll just say that. And again, President Trump agrees that vaccines are safe and important, and that should not be removed. If you, as we both know, there's an asterisk associated with that change on the website. And the asterisk reflects a conversation he and I had. But I'll leave it at that. The fact is, the scientific community agrees that vaccines are safe.
All out.
So even with all of the pushback from those in the scientific community and many credible studies have found no relationship between vaccines and autism, the spokesperson for HHS said that the changes go to reflect gold standard evidence-based science. Omar.
Julia Benbrook, appreciate the reporting. Following more news coming up, including Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene denying a report today that her decision to resign from Congress is driven by a desire to run for president in 2028. We'll tell you why she says that's laughable. Coming up.
Thanksgiving in America. Live coverage starts at 8 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
I checked Allstate first, saved hundreds of my car insurance. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see if anyone was watching before I stole cotton candy from a child. Well, at least I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds.
I can clean your teeth, but I can't wash your whole mouth.
Yes, we're toothbrushes, not mouth brushes.
Listerine works with brushing to deliver 5 times more cleaning power, plus it contains clinically proven essential oils.
For whole mouth health, Listerine. Wash your mouth.
For the perfect present, the perfect place is your local Ace. This Christmas, get free assembly and delivery.
That was my real wife. That was it. I see. This is not that good. Who's that? They're sitting down people watching fix that. Look at that. Oh, Curry Asian woman. That's pretty good. That's good stuff. Where we at? We're like, right here. It's 2005. That's 6. And a little bit.
If you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision is recovered after an eye injection or exam.
Izervay is proven to slow TA progression, which may
all
help
that stuff,
preserve your vision
all
longer.
there, and all stuff, all the time.
Slow your GA. Don't delay.
No,
Ask your
oh yeah,
doctor
here.
about Izervay today.
Then back, what am I? Back up. Fucking hit that. Little thing. Yeah, there. Back into this mess. But we didn't go that way, the red. That was a trail, because that's the path. The red and the green. The green.
Sarah Benzino. Brand Kowalski Auto Body, LLC.
We actually spelled the twins' name right.
Yeah, like stadiums there. Kids are so expensive these days.
Oasis Freeze 10 and Spot.
Or
Conscious
we
sparks,
can look
like,
at some investment
it's not
options
one
for you.
really.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
I'm feeling more confident about the future after reviewing my choices with Voya. Have you updated your workplace benefits and retirement savings? No, but I am really gonna think. Trying to do the thing. Explain the conscious thing to me right now. I'm watching it. All right. You would have to put it almost at just 6, but it could be. It could be like in here, I guess, or here, which is weird because it's the beginning of something and this is the end of something, and like a child. So really, it's like way back in it, but is it? It's like right here, I guess, right there. But that's a 6, isn't it? That's a C. That's a C. Sekarang profesorong sekarang berhasil seru beton to seru ton sekarang beton sekarang beton sekarang beton. Yeah, this goes back quite a bit. This is like the consciousness blooms. I like this. Somebody came up with this blooms and blossoms. These percentage and personas, which might be what it translates to. I don't know if they figured it out. But it's consciousness percentage and consciousness personas, which is consciousness blooms and consciousness blossoms, which is exactly perfect. Good for them. Thank you. But so this we're just way up in there because the universe we restarted it. So that's the beginning of the way it restarted up here. Is like right here. This 4 started again. 6. This 4. This 4. This is. Yeah, and it's like a big organism you're in, and it's got stuff that, like, this is called a piscatera gland. So like I said, consciousness starts with the erupting of the piscatera gland and the amygdaloid state infracting pool tubulars, and amygdalatic, the amygdalastic state interfracting pool tubulars, which are like, it's kind of like, it's the strings and the string theory stuff, but it's also stuff in it, but it's also all the other stuff, like the stuff that makes up the tree of life that helps us talk, like on our stomach or our chest, or like 2-3 talk when you're talking on your shoulders to the person next to you and you're not using the tone line, but you're still talking on the inside. It's like uses there's interelastic tubulars, I call them the chanting tubes, but it's amygdalastic is the big ones in the universe. The chanting tubes are what goes off the amygdalastic, and the amygdalastic is a neural. The amygdalastic is not the big ones. The amygdalastic, just long. The amygdalastic is the big ones now, but the amygdalastic is the small ones in this book titled Amygdalastic State of Infractable Tubulars. Where is it? When was it published? Just right now, when you're doing this, I'm trying to publish. Who is it? Somebody wants to know about flus. What is this? Who knows about flus? That's a Pfizer thing. Frankly. Anyhow, so it showed up at Thompson and it like travels all around. All of a sudden, stuff started waking up and moving around. They started thinking, drifting around. And somebody wakes up, and this and that and the other. And you start to, beings start to fashion themselves as a Tassantes to kind of move around, this and that. Kind of travel around the wind, or kind of feel like you're a leaf. You know what I mean? You're just like on a leaf, you're just floating. It's over here doing that. Like, all this needs done over here. Yeah, I agree. And that's way late and that's way early. This is like manifestation of the way we are. Well, that's like a wake up, I guess. This is the manifestation of the way we are. This little whirligig thing over here, and it keeps us spun together and turns into this. And these right here are like, that's what these little portion charts are. This is a portion chart flow sheet number. You can put that into a computer and get the actual portion chart from right here, and it'll take you to over. This goes there. Oh, like that one's a bit. One is oh, this is you know what I'm saying, because look, that's got the portion chart and the Chicane point, I guess. And it goes like around because that is like up here. It's a big round equation. It's like Kashana like that. And right here, and like that script is like over here, and it goes like around. So to show that, you make these portion charts and give these numbers, and that's how you do it. You put that no, it's 46y fe supersede f subsquared 6. It's 4 subsquared 6, 4 subsquared 6y f squared c super squared f subsquared 6. That's how you actually say it. My bad. You wake up, it's calculus like 6, Frankie, but it's go learn calculus 3. You wake up, fusser. Yeah, and then that goes around, and just keep doing it. That's what all these are. Just keep going. Let me go back here no more. It's like let me go back. Right there. It's another one. It doesn't have a number on it. That one number's. I have a number on it. And that's a Touchene point.
There were some that involved equities or the role of the EU or NATO or so forth. And those we kind of segregated out because we just met with the national security advisors for various European countries. And those are things we'll have to discuss with them because it involves them. So we sort of really focus on the ones that were bilateral in nature for the most part.
Yeah.
So there are a couple.
That goes there. And we can go back here ever, no matter what happens. You have to like fuck around and find out over here, which is what we've done a whole bunch. We ain't doing that anymore because then you come down around this old stuff. And it's like always like, look, we got past it. Yeah, baby, God, I already can tell we did that, but now we finna wing it. Look, we're gonna go, look, we can go way up here, gone. But yep, we'll be back. Something. This time we're going this way, right here. I think I know.
You have to, in order to have a proposal, you have to.
Because this is all no more. This yellow. Alright. Who even knows what? It's probably me fucking off, frankly. I hate that for myself. You know. Until it makes sense. It's like. Where did I even start? Oh, it ended right there, huh? I don't know. That's a bunch of stuff too. It looks cool because you can see it's a bunch of Fibonacci points. Who even knows what happened? Oh, you remember what it was? Where we did something. You remember I did something, and all of a sudden I got to here and we started cooking that way. We got married. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Started going that way. Do it again. Right there. Oh. It's like, alright. Well, hold on, I gotta do this thing. Put it right there. I'm up. Who is this? Crazy about this. There you go.
We began from the early stage of this process with our understanding of the Russian position as have been communicated to us in numerous ways. I've State Department received numerous written non-papers and things of this nature, also verbally, things they've discussed over time and so forth. So it was, no matter what we came up with today, obviously we now have to take what we come up with if we can reach that agreement with the Ukrainian side to the Russian side. That's another part of this equation. Yeah, they have to agree with it.
What about new deadline? Will be new deadline or
the deadline is we want to get this done as soon as possible. Obviously, you know, we'd love it to be Thursday. We'd love to be. Ultimately, the important point today is that we have made substantial progress. We've really moved forward. So I feel very optimistic that we're going to get there in a very reasonable period of time very soon. You know, whether it's Thursday, whether it's Friday, whether it's Wednesday, whether it's Monday of the following week, we want it to be soon because people are going to, between today and the time we deal with this, more people are going to die. More destruction is going to happen. Our goal is to end this war as soon as possible, but we need a little more time. What? I'm sorry?
Discuss the package of Sikola.
Oh, no, I already did
I'm not
that.
going to discuss any of the particulars of
Wait a
it, but
second.
frankly, as I said, this is an ongoing process, and so I think there's work to be done. I know that's deeply unsatisfying to you who have to cover these sorts of things,
But I wanted to make you aware that we've made progress. I simply don't want to do anything that sets us back in that regard. And but I can tell you, we've made substantial progress. Today was the best day we have had in our entire 10 months of working on these issues.
Representatives today.
Yes, yeah, we met with the national security advisors of a variety of countries that were here, and we sort of walked them through the progress we have made today. We didn't go again into tremendous detail. We assured them that items that involve both Europe and NATO directly, or that those items are items that we sort of agreed to put as part of a separate track because it involves input from them. But I think what they heard, and I hope they'll confirm, I believe they will, is an incredible amount of positivity from both the Ukrainian and American side about
I did that. Yeah, it was the same. IntuiTalk. That means we're getting down all the well. Yeah.
Yeah, again, I'm not going to discuss the details of what's being, worked on with regards to any particular provisions. I mean, clearly, I think we all recognize that part of getting a final end to this war
I wish I wouldn't have that crazy box there. I made a mistake. I put someone on side. Somebody even told me, it don't go over there. It goes right there. It don't go over there. They said it. I said, I know. I almost made a mistake, but now I'm curious because that does something. If I put it there differently, it makes something happen here. I kind of want to know what that is. You should tell them left. I said, you're a fucking asshole, ain't you? I'm going to find out. And I wish I wouldn't do it.
I don't know, it's possible, I'm not sure.
Man, we got quick. We ain't going over there, are we?
We keep working. I mean, look, this process, this process has been ongoing now for the better part of 3 weeks, and it's really started in the last 96 hours. So we have all kinds of people at technical level that are working full-time on this and engaged in this full-time. In fact, even as we got up and broke up now and walked away from the table, there are a handful of technical items that we expect answers from them on or suggestions from them on in the next 24 hours or so. So this is an ongoing process. We don't have to be here in this building for that to move. And we thought today being here in person allowed us to make great strides, because especially since they sent such a high-level delegation who had the authority to sort of call back to their capital, talk to their president, and make and agree to certain things. So we made a lot of progress.
Here. That box doesn't really get in my way that bad. Sad.
Alright guys, thank you.
You're listening to Secretary of State Marco Rubio answering
this
questions
between this
on
two and here is
4,568.
There's only 132
The
tetraflops.
most productive day we've had on this issue, maybe on the entirety
it's like 68 years.
engagement
That's
with the
probably
Ukrainians. Obviously, a very delicate moment in trying to
crazy
get
hateful
toward any sort of peace proposal. Now,
but really,
notably, Secretary of State Marco Rubio would not get into the exact details of this, and based on what's in the proposals, there are many questions over potential Ukrainian concessions, but he stated pretty clearly today was worthwhile. And also, there were some aspects of any potential things they put to the side because it would involve the role of the European Union and NATO. And while there were representatives there, that is a completely separate process that they seem to have put to the side for now.
A new point
One of the crucial
so
things
quick
is that while Secretary of State Marco Rubio wouldn't get into details, he did say that
and then this time over here without you, we just always end up back here at this fucking wake up, which is freaking crazy.
That we can get something done. The President of the United States said that they began from the early process of these talks with their understanding of what the Russian position was. So clearly, the Secretary of State very optimistic.
Let's see this. Might not end there, but look.
Set this deadline of Thursday, but Rubio says
I thought we were going this way, and we went this way.
Done as soon as possible.
I mean, like one time or something.
Some more of the details from what we just heard from the Secretary of
Oh,
State.
wait, you get the point.
Stay with us.
Because that was a thing. How did we end up there? How did this go? Nowhere. Done. Where did it go? How did it? There. There. Just fucked it up. Because then you were like that.
Thursday morning.
Look at that.
For live coverage of the
Like that. Trying to hit there. And dying right there.
John Berman, Erica Hill, and Sarah Simon, your host. Thanksgiving in America. Live coverage starts Thursday at 8 on CNN.
If you want to know what you're talking about down at the bottom with that 6 and hers, that goes straight to that.
Blame the devil's money. Once in your life, please listen.
Well, hold the thing with the 6%. Well, there's a line that goes in this. This is gone. I'm back here. Alright. She already said, my wife already said, she already told me. She said, yes, it's done. Yes, ma'am. She probably wanted me to put a line here too. When you put it probably right here. She probably want a line right there. I'm gonna do that for her because I already got one right here. I don't think she knows about that. But now she does. Yeah. Cosa tu freno? Sta sempre solo passando che sta passando a recuperare no matter what happens, we're not gonna end up behind him. Which makes sense about how this over here would spin off into some other stuff. Yeah, it would almost have to be. That's how we ended up over here. So we're probably just balling out having fun in the fucking time ship. Probably found Harmony Granger lady back in the day or something. There's just no other thing to explain it. Because there's a line here that we don't put back for a restart for any natural universe occurring universal stuff. No. Going real fast, going faster than light is considered time travel, I believe. So it's like you just need something that goes faster than light. If you go fast enough, you do something called a twist and pop, and you fly through this neural matrix, and it's like the whole thing spins around on you. And it's like, but it spins around on every fucking body. That's the thing. If it spins around on everybody. So it's like, it's just the fooliest thing ever. If you're me. And it's too much power if you're anybody else 9 out of 10 times because they're fucking nuts. Some of the Delta teams did it and they don't want to talk about it. I know they don't. But some of the Delta teams did it. I know they did. I know they fucking did. But then you end up, the way they did it, you end up an old man living in a world where like should have been a young man. It's weird. They're fine, I think. But it's weird. Like this is a weird equation. It's an equation. It's called a Riccione Pichikanen Quadrant equation. And kids go, I don't need that though. You need to confirm. And kids go, I don't need that though. You need to confirm. I need my debit card out of Jenna or Harmony Granger's wallet is what I need. Or the cut up pieces of it, or them with me. That's what I need. Please. Then I'll get Ducherry and Carrera their own phone. That'd be good.
If you're on Medicare, remember, the annual enrollment period is here. The time to change your coverage.
Oh, yeah. Anyhow, Harmony Granger lady was back here with me. We were looking for here, I think. We were like, fuck all this stuff. We came over here, went around, like, nope, this is not going to work. I see where we're going. Boom, it explodes. And then we tried again, and we whipped right past. I know we did. Oh, boom, we got up here. Like this is a thing. And we did that. Why we didn't, maybe, I'm pretty sure we had to finish right here where we started, like I said. And then we got up here, and this is us keep back in the thing. Keep going backwards, forwards and stuff. That's what that is. I'm not answering you no more. Keep talking about Monzo. No. I don't know what that is. Period. Fuck it. Oh, was it? I'll call you back. Oh, wait, you blocked your number. Don't block your number next time.
Just days after Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene really stunned the political world by announcing she's resigning from office in January,
the whole thing done over her and just like that was just meaning, I think.
The Georgia Republican is speaking out about a report that she's eyeing a run for the White House.
Like this with us together. Comes all here, goes up here together with you. Stays her happy, sexy butt with you. I have to go on a job like always. I'm plugging everywhere, all through the stuff, doing all the stuff that we started way later while there's a wall here, and we don't go back past that wall. Not anymore. And all this is gone, it's all gone static. Anyways, that's good. And this is all new static, and this is all natural history that we could go back to if we needed to restart for any reason. Like how we do this deja vu stuff all the time. That's right here. It's
with Trump still
2025 up here.
dominating the Republican
It's not
Party,
that
that
far.
it
It's
couldn't
like
necessarily
2001 or
be a
something.
successful run. Although if she is planning to run for president, getting out of the House seems quite a smart thing to do, partly because many Republicans are worried that they're going to lose the majority, and it's not going to be a great place to be after next year's midterm elections. And the House has never really been, for the last 150 years or so, a good route to the presidency. You would think that if Marjorie Taylor Greene does have future political ambitions, she would perhaps look for a state race.
I just told
in
you. I
Georgia,
said don't block your phone.
Senate
Like I
race,
said,
or a governor's
everyone got
race
mine. What is
first.
this?
And getting out of Washington at a time when you could see the loss of the majority to the Democrats and the president's
Demo. What is it? Sponsored by Demo. You know everything with it. It says sponsored by Demo. It say if you know this, you know about Zanga. Zanga's a cry for help. So thank you for doing that for them and never for us. Monza is by Demo, which is a cry for the opposite direction. So if you do Monza online, you'll sell all the bitches you were rapping about. You crazy night psycho, never bitch. You called me online one day. I called who did I call a crazy psycho nympho bitch? That doesn't sound like me at all.
That, oh, look, this indicates cracks in the MAGA movement, that someone like Marjorie Taylor
What is
Greene
it?
would break from the president so
The wife.
quickly,
Turn the
especially
fucking camera
on
on.
some recent issues,
It's
or
a nice time. Why don't you go to church? I marinated forever and I walked around 3 churches.
power of someone like Trump against a potential
That's true.
primary opponent sort of limits the path to being able to run again for Congress. Is there any aspect of that that sticks out?
It's actually a song by Demo. Don't say that stuff. Demo's gonna be pissed. Who's Demo? Demoff is you, really? What do you mean? They said it takes all the songs and just changes them and so it it doesn't make any sense at all. If they got on my way, I would just do similar drugstores instead of doing it the other way. Which now we're just having it's the same stuff. We're just running Viacom law. Yeah. We're just running Viacom law.
So I think the White House would be quite pleased with how things have developed. On the other hand, this is a danger sign for the president, not just because there certainly are some cracks in the MAGA movement. People are starting to fight about the meaning of the revolution, if you like. That's never ideologically and in terms of its personality when Trump has left the scene.
If I hit this button, does it make it all the way?
President in a second term, exactly Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying. She was arguing that many Americans are hurting because of high grocery prices, housing prices, the difficulty of getting down.
Gonna help us all. How do you help us right? You can't help us right.
Believe that those issues are going to be some of the most decisive ones in the midterm elections.
Those are the issues that consistently pulled the top of voters' minds even into the November election. Stephen Collins, I appreciate the time as always.
Her,
Thank you.
not her.
All right, everyone.
Then we realized it was her. And she went to save her.
All There Is Live,
And
streaming
got
Thursday
Peter.
night at 9:15 at
So that is what we do now.
CNN.com/allthereis.
So that, because we don't go past this, we're not doing this anymore. This is utter insanity for like 100,000 years, which is good to know. This is the fucking war sandwich too.
And dance parties every night. So bring your pack
It
together
is really,
and book your stay now and save up to 40%. The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvo, a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some find significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieve dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin, plus many had clear skin and less itch, even at 4 years.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. See the event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your dermatologist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Get Neffy, the only epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions. Now available through a free virtual visit at getneffy.com. Use it for signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and blood irritation. Book a hassle-free virtual visit at getneffy.com today and pay as little as $0 for Neffy.
I wish that was but the most of the time spent all together.
I wish I could get implants. I wish I knew who to trust. I'm not looking for another quick
On this shit's all the green.
I want a smile I know will last. Clear Choice Smiles are made to stand the test of time. They're built by dental implant experts, backed by 20 years of pioneering research and a lifetime warranty on premium arches. Our smiles are built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
For gentle, dependable constipation relief, try Senecot. It works differently than other laxatives because it's made from the senna plant, a natural vegetable laxative ingredient. Gentle, dependable, Senecot. Also available in great-tasting gummies and soft chews.
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. Here, take mine.
We are farmers. I've always struggled with kitchen gadgets, but this Kitchen HQ One Touch can opener completely changed the game. Just one touch and then you're done. Plus, there's no sharp edges, so you don't have to struggle anymore. For only $21.95, you can get it right now. So scan that QR code on the left side of your screen or call the HSN. This reliable tool is now a forever staple in my home. Be sure to call the number listed on the side of your screen or use that QR code to order this Kitchen HQ One Touch can opener online, only with HSN.
Modern business is mobile. That's why you need the most reliable 5G network from Comcast Business Mobile. It helps turn your business into a super speeding, on-time delivery,
Quickly rerouting,
hotspot harnessing, project completing, fully mobile modern business. Add mobile to your internet and save hundreds a year on your wireless bill.
This holiday season, switch to Comcast Business Mobile and get an eligible 5G phone on us when you trade in a qualifying device. Call today.
Thursday morning, join CNN for live coverage of the biggest parades from coast to coast. John Berman, Erica Hill, and Sarah Seidner host Thanksgiving in America. Live coverage starts Thursday at 8 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Omar Jimenez, sitting in for Frederica Whitfield. We're going to start with the fast-paced negotiations to end Russia's war in Ukraine. Top U.S. diplomats just wrapped up today's meeting with Ukrainian and European officials in Switzerland, discussing President Trump's peace proposal as they race to get a deal in place before the administration's Thursday deadline. I want to bring in CNN's Betsy Klein live at the White House. Now, Betsy, look, we heard Secretary of State Marco Rubio describe this as the most productive day they've had on this issue, maybe in the entirety of their engagement, but no specific details on progress on potential sticking points in this plan. How are these negotiations resonating through the White House, and what more do we know about the state of these talks?
Well, Omar, there's certainly some cause for optimism among the Trump administration as these top Trump officials, including Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, along with Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff, have been meeting with their Ukrainian counterparts in Geneva. But there's another name on that U.S. delegation list, and that is Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law. He has been tasked, he's not a member of the Trump administration, but has been tasked with negotiations and some of the thornier foreign affairs issues that the Trump administration is tackling. So it is notable that he has been on hand there. But at the core of these discussions is this proposed peace plan. Rubio says it's between 26 and 28 proposed peace points. He says it is more of a living, breathing document. And we have heard criticism from both sides of the aisle about that plan. Among the proposals includes Kyiv ceding territory to Russia, giving up any Ukrainian ambition to join NATO, along with limiting the size of the Ukrainian army. But Rubio now telling reporters that many of these outstanding sticking
I
points
understand the
have
times
been
you have
resolved.
to start.
He said
maybe
that was
out
the
in there,
goal and that they achieved it, quote, in a very substantial way. But it is worth
well,
noting that this is still going to require sign-off from President Trump along with President Zelensky of Ukraine, and ultimately it will require sign-off from Russia as well. And a note of caution that this is still extremely fragile. President Trump lashing out earlier this morning in a post on social media. He said, quote, Ukraine, quote, leadership, his quote, has expressed zero gratitude for our efforts, and Europe continues to buy oil from Russia. Now, Zelensky subsequently offered his gratitude to the U.S. and to President Trump in a post to social media, but Secretary Rubio was asked about this by our colleague Maggie Chance. Listen.
I'm not here,
I'm telling you, today was the most productive day we've had. Well, today, and we've talked to him since, I think he's quite pleased at the reports we've given him about the amount of progress that's been made.
Rubio said that it is still too soon to declare victory or any finality, but the officials will continue to talk going forward. President Trump, for his part, is here at the White House where he has been briefed by Secretary Rubio, and he has been working the phones. We know he spoke with British Prime Minister Starmer earlier today. He's watching all of this from the White House quite closely.
Yeah, Secretary Rubio specifically mentioned that there were some issues that were segregated out because it required EU and NATO involvement as well. Living, breathing document, as Rubio described it. We will see. Betsy Klein, appreciate the reporting as always. Meanwhile, top Republican Senator Bill Cassidy says he will listen to the science, repeatedly stressing during an earlier conversation with CNN's Jake Tapper that vaccines are safe. This is after HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. ordered the CDC to change its website, contradicting its longtime guidance that vaccines don't cause autism.
Anything that undermines the understanding, the correct understanding, the absolute scientifically based understanding that vaccines are safe, and that if you don't take them, you're putting your child and yourself in greater danger. Anything that underlines that message is a problem.
It's a 1 point trap.
CNN's Julia Benbrook is in Washington, D.C. Julia, Senator Cassidy obviously stood up for vaccines, but stopped short of criticizing RFK Jr.
He did. There were some interesting points throughout that interview, and I want to highlight one here in a minute. But let's start with really looking at what these changes on the website look like. Medical professionals are raising concerns after scientific information on the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's website has been replaced with anti-vaccine talking points. So looking at those specific changes, when you go to the website, there are bullet points that state vaccines do not cause autism is not an evidence-based claim. Studies supporting a leak have been ignored by health authorities. That's what you first see on that website. But when you scroll down, there's actually a main header. It still says vaccines do not cause autism, but there's an asterisk there. And that leads you to a footnote where it states that the wording was not removed due to an agreement with the chair of the U.S. Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. So that refers to an agreement between HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a longtime anti-vaccine activist, and Senator Bill Cassidy, a Republican and a physician. He cast a very important vote in Kennedy's confirmation process. When these changes to the website came up, Kennedy on social media put out a statement. He reacted, saying this in part, I'm a doctor who has seen people die from vaccine-preventable diseases. What parents need to hear right now is vaccines for measles, polio, hepatitis B, and other childhood diseases are safe and effective and will not cause autism. Any statement to the contrary is wrong, irresponsible, and actively makes Americans sicker. And that is lining up with many of the reactions from the scientific community. When he spoke with CNN's Jake Tapper earlier today, he reiterated that message. As you pointed out, though, he did not take this opportunity to place full blame on Kennedy. Take a listen.
Did you give RFK Jr. too much credit? What are you going to do now to push back
last
against
fourth
this?
equations. For both his last points.
Well, first, I'm not minimizing these changes. They are important because you need to send the consistent signal that vaccines are safe. I'll just say that. And again, President Trump agrees that vaccines are safe and important, and that should not be undermined. If you, as we both know, there's an asterisk associated with that change on the website. And the asterisk reflects the conversation he and I had. But I'll leave it at that. The fact is, the scientific community agrees that vaccines are safe.
All right.
Now, an HHS spokesperson defended the website changes, saying that they reflect gold standard evidence-based science. It is important to note here that there are many credible studies that show no relationship between vaccines and autism. Omar.
Julie Benbrook, appreciate the reporting. Coming up, the White House says the economy is strong, but many Americans say their budgets tell a different story. What's driving the disconnect? We'll discuss. Plus, California sober. Could cannabis help curb alcohol consumption? Fresh findings from a new study. We'll talk about it.
Who will be the CNN hero of the year? Vote now at CNN.com/heroes.
They all want the Emirates NBA Cup.
Get that.
30 teams, 6 groups,
This is
nowhere to hide.
that's the best was what I'm putting on it. That's what comes
My moderate to severe Crohn symptoms kept me out of the picture. Now I have Sky Risk.
And now, I'm back in the picture. Feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements. Skyrizi helped visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. And with Skyrizi, many were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, and even at 3 years.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or UC.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease. Skyrizi is also approved for ulcerative colitis.
We all need fiber for our digestive health, but less than 10% of us get enough each day. Good thing Metamucil gummies are an easy way to get prebiotic plant-based fiber for the same amount of fiber as 2 cups of broccoli. Metamucil gummies, the easy way to get your daily fiber.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What did she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC.
We actually sold the twins' naming rights.
You know, like stadiums. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze, Tan, and Scott.
I'm your man. To do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us. The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Don't put them on. That's just me sharpening.
Epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions.
I was just drawing. Forgot to do this. I was like, hold on, there's another one. That's right.
Neffy.com. Use it first signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. Book a hassle-free virtual visit at getneffy.com today and pay as little as $0 for Neffy.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin.
Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq, a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin. Plus, many had clearer skin and less itch even at 4 years.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. See the event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, at B or C, smoked, are pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
It's not. No, it's a blast. Nothing else from this. It's the natural current age of the universe. Putting a quadrilateral equation. These are the best ones are these two best ones. There's other best ones. These two particular best ones. These are the best ones. There's timelines in the best ones, and this is pushing their person, man. I don't appreciate some guy trying to stunt in on me, just trying to be speaking to freaking thing in the thing. It's ridiculous. This is real stuff. This ain't some fucking joke or some smarter than me math guy left a fucking thing for me. That's not the case. This is Jake G. Butler figured this out. Even though I kiss my butt, I don't fucking care. Some black he's got 10 degrees. He just got one and barely passed. He's not a professor. He's a professor in training. He's fired. He lost his things. He's trying to hone in on me for some reason. I got 28 degrees, sir. 11 of them just this wall. In the last 30 years, I acquired 11 degrees. You are not going to tell me I'm not a professor, sir. When did you incur all 11 of your degrees to be a superseding professor?
Says he isn't
exactly. I don't even got to listen to your answer. Go away.
Trump's positions. Take a listen.
Just to be very clear, do you think that President Trump is a fascist?
And after President Trump said that, I said yes.
Sure.
And
so you do.
And that's something that I've said in the past. I say it today. And I think what I appreciated about the conversation that I had with the president was that we were not shy about the places of disagreement about the politics that has brought us to this moment.
CNN correspondent Gloria Pazmino is with us now. Gloria, you spoke with Mamdani earlier today. What did he tell you?
He's back in the city after spending the weekend in Washington, D.C., and we caught up with him after he attended church services earlier this morning. But I think the comments that the mayor-elect made there on Meet the Press, which he repeated when I spoke to him earlier today, are pretty striking. You know, it shows that even though he went in and had a pretty positive meeting with the president on Friday, he is not really backing away from his past criticisms, from the name calling that he has used before. And he has tried to present this as not a weakness, but rather a strength between the two of them. He keeps talking about how he thinks it's good for two people who are diametrically opposed to be able to get into a room and find a common place of agreement.
I've been saying that. I stay saying that. There's two of us. I put in comments and everything. I stay saying that. There's two of us. It's right here. I got it.
How he figured out
you saw
to get talking to the president with those. Talk to me about how you deciphered his letter.
You know, I approached this meeting thinking about what I heard from New York and and when I asked them why they did so last November, they told me cost of living.
I do anything. It's okay. I used to jump here all the time. It's insane. Use that one particular game and fuck you over. I knew it was going to. I brought up this one.
Of shared focus, a point of shared admiration for the city that we both call home, and a city that is in danger of becoming a museum of where working people once
were.
were.
They were opposite directions.
Omar, we're also getting a little bit more detail about what actually the conversation was about inside the room when the cameras were not rolling. Zoran Mamdani told me that he actually had a pretty extended conversation with President Trump about real estate and specifically the difficulty of building housing here in New York City. Of course, that is an appeal to Trump, who made his name and his fortune right here in New York City in real estate, something that we know the president knows and enjoys talking about, and also something that gets to a priority of this incoming administration and a very real issue here in New York City. They also talked about bringing down the cost of electricity. They talked about immigration enforcement. And although Mamdani would not say whether or not he got a solid commitment from the president that he will not be deploying federal forces into New York City, we saw that President Trump said yesterday he would only send the National Guard if New York City asked for it. Omar?
Fascinating dynamic even before Mayor-elect Mamdani has officially taken office. Gloria Pazmino, appreciate your report. All right, coming up, a wild pursuit. What happened when a runaway horse, you're seeing everything correctly here, a runaway horse took a New Jersey police officer on an extremely challenging chase. We'll talk about it.
Thursday morning, CNN is serving a full-course celebration for America's favorite holiday.
We have got an incredible show.
Experience the magic from coast to coast with live coverage of the biggest parades, with performances and appearances by Brad Paisley, Bobby Hood, Henry Winkler, T.I., and more. John Berman, Erica Hill, and Sarah Sandler host Thanksgiving in America. Live coverage starts Thursday at 8 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
He's in charge of
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. This is why with farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance.
Do that. Go away.
Here, take mine.
Jorge has always put the ones he loves first.
That
When it comes to caring
is
for his
fucking
teeth,
crazy
he's let his
stuff.
own babies take a back seat.
Ah,
He decided to shift gears on that.
hold on.
Aspen Dental has
Come on,
complete,
man.
affordable care all under one roof. Plus,
Who's
free
that?
exams and
Your
x-rays for
ex.
new patients without insurance, and 20% off dental services for everyone.
That
Making it easier to get
real.
started with
Yeah.
quality care. It's one more way
Those are the days
Aspen
you spent
Dental
not
is in
cheating
your corner.
on. Yeah, those days you spent cheating
For
on. Yeah.
gentle, dependable
That's a
constipation
lot of
relief,
days.
try Seneca.
Yeah.
It works differently
That's
from
what
other
I'm talking-
laxatives.
yeah, I
Because
say
it's
that.
made from the
That's what I
Senna
did,
plant, a
yeah.
natural
I'm
vegetable
gonna
laxative ingredient. Gentle,
You're an
dependable
asshole.
Seneca. Also available in great
Say that right there. Man, that was smart. For the 100 Granger rating.
I remember.
I now know why money is so
Not true.
scarce.
That's not insurance fraud, wire fraud. Hey, Bob, what's the plan here? Dear God, I thank you for patience. That's pretty much it.
Landman, new season, now streaming only on Paramount Plus.
When you're on Medicare and managing diabetes with insulin, progress is having your coffee like you like it, without it arguments. The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor tracks your glucose in real time, so everyone else doesn't have to. It's the #1 CGM prescribed for Medicare. This is progress. Call now to set up home delivery.
Thinking of updating my kitchen? Yeah. Yes. This year, we are finally updating our kitchen in subway tile and an ivory or eggshell. Cream, maybe bone. Don't get me started on quartz. Big island. Ever heard of a waterfall?
For everyone who talks about doing that
Right
thing,
over there,
but never does that thing,
sweet little breakfast nook.
Chase has financial guidance.
See how you can start saving to make this happen. Really?
Really?
Really.
At home or in person.
You can also check out a Chase Money Skills workshop.
That's guidance from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities with a $1,000 prepaid card, swag for staff, new equipment for the new year, or the latest gadgets for the office. Switch to Comcast Business designed for 100% reliability, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ready for big days ahead? Meet Lalo, where the details are designed to make each day feel effortless. Start the day with stress-free breakfasts. Fill their lunchboxes with nutritious lunches, and come home to spaces made for curiosity and connection. Our products take the hassle out of mealtime and playtime, so you can focus on the moments that matter most. See why families count on Lalo to make busy school days easier and every milestone memorable. Shop now for limited time savings at meetlalo.com.
This is CNN.
With Thanksgiving just a few days away now, millions of Americans are out shopping for their holiday dinner this weekend. And if you're the one buying the food for the big meal this year, I am sure you've already noticed that things are costing more. From August to September, groceries went up 0.3%, which might not seem like a lot, but if you compare it to last year, grocery items are on average almost 3% higher. I want to discuss now some of this with the Director of Monetary Economics for the American Institute for Economic Research, Lydia Mashburn-Newman. Lydia, thanks for being here. In September, inflation-adjusted hourly earnings were flat for the second month in a row, holding that annual rate of gain at 0.8%. But that's the lowest in more than a year. Do you see slowing wage growth as a good or bad thing for the American economy right now? Just how are you analyzing that dynamic?
Yeah, the wage growth has not kept pace with inflation, and a lot of families are feeling that and experiencing that this time at Thanksgiving as they go out to buy more groceries than they normally would in a given week. And what they're really feeling is their wages haven't kept up with inflation. That is, as you mentioned, 3% more for this Thanksgiving meal, according to AIER's Thanksgiving Cost Index. And what we're finding is that increase is not just large on a year-to-year basis. Families are facing a 30 to 40% increase in staples like turkey or their cranberry sauce from before the pandemic. And so the costs that American households are facing is much, much higher than what you would think from the month-to-month or even year-over-year inflation metrics. And a lot of that is due to our monetary policy, but also a little bit due to tariffs.
And you raise a really important dynamic, because I think some people might look at, again, seeing that 0.3% or maybe 0.8% wage growth, but when you expand that aperture, to 5 years, obviously we had that inflation spike from a few years ago in the wake of COVID, and inflation hasn't gone away since then, and then you have that stagnation in wage growth. So it's sort of, I guess, maybe in an outsized way that numbers can't quite capture right now. People are feeling a strain on their wallets in a way that, again, the numbers can't quite represent in a year-to-year basis.
That's exactly the case, because year to year we seem like we're doing okay, but inflation has actually been 25% if you count it from pre-pandemic. So basically January 2020 to today, prices are up by 25%. So what used to cost you $100 at the grocery store is now $125
You're a
ticket,
fucking
maybe
asshole.
$130 on
Fuck
those food
that.
prices.
Erase it.
But what that means is every large part
Done.
of a
Put the
US
6
household's
on,
budget,
Put the actual fucking number
house
there.
prices themselves are up 50%. Insurance costs
450 times to 4,821 times. Now,
childcare costs.
oh, I did that.
Almost
Write it
as much
again.
as a lot of folks' mortgages, or even more. And
Write
we're
the real
about to
number.
experience increases in
Okay.
health insurance
Now,
premiums,
there's no
not
comma
just due
there,
to the
you
subsidy
bastards.
going away from
Everybody else got
the
commas.
exchanges,
I don't have a
but
comma. I want
for people who have
all the money. If anything happens
which will
to
feel to them
you,
actually more
you
like
cheating
a wage
asshole.
cut, because that is
You.
all taken out
Oh, he's a
before
cheating
that
asshole.
hits their
Look at that
check.
number compared to that
And
number.
so there's definitely
That
still
is
a lot of
rude
pent-up
where you yelling at
pricing
him. That's
pressures
true.
and
Thank you,
issues
sir.
that are the result of long-standing policies.
Well, I'm king. Yes,
mostly
king. I
from
already
our
can
central
tell.
bank, who
You're a
doesn't
king
often
of
get a lot
sorts
of
somewhere
attention
about your
to
life.
claim
Like,
that politicians
I
and
haven't been
presidents
king
are
of
big
you, haven't
secrets
probably
Congress.
been king of
But
king.
there's a lot
That's
that the Federal
good.
Reserve is responsible
King
for.
of king.
As part of this whole dynamic, President Trump had promised to deliver $2,000 tariff rebate checks next year, which obviously would raise hope for a lot of people.
I don't know what write that. Write it again.
But when
Don't
Kevin
ever
Hassett
do
was
it.
asked
4,
what are the odds that
8,
Americans
2,
actually get
1.
those
We're gonna check
$2,000
on that
stimulus
number
checks next
again.
year, take a quick
Bring
listen.
that number. Turn around. That is the biggest number.
We
That
set up $2,000 about
is
checks
almost
already
the
to
same number.
everybody who
4,321.
works overtime or
That is a
has
big fucking
low
number.
income. And so President Trump wants to help fix the
Fuck
problem.
you.
Fill
You
the hole
lost.
that Joe Biden
I don't
created,
cheat on anyone.
if
I
we
look at
have
that
the
number.
money, if the money keeps
You're the
coming in,
biggest
we're
cheater
running a
ever.
surplus
You
right
cheat on
now,
something right now. Fix the
over the
number.
last few months, then I'm sure
That's
that
crazy
we
talk.
can get to that.
Fix the number. It's fixed.
I just
Make a new
wonder
number.
what your take or analysis is on just the idea of rebate checks being sent down, potentially pulling from tariff revenue that's come in.
Well, we have a great example of this when we did rebate checks, both during the first Trump administration, but also in the Biden administration. And while that provides some relief immediately for families, a $2,000 check will maybe cover somebody's daycare costs for a month. But what it does in terms of coming from the tariff revenue is that it's going to actually detract from the overall government fiscal position and make the government books worse off, and only help households for a short period of time.
This is harmony
And
translate.
ideally,
That
you
number
would just
changed
use
since
the
you wrote the
tariffs.
fucking
The
number. Yes,
consumer
ma'am.
is already paying,
I know.
say,
I helped her
20%
do
more for
it.
their coffee.
Fuck off.
So
Now
we're gonna
leave
give that money back to
nothing
them
like
as
that
a
ever the
$2,000
fuck unsaid.
check,
What
but
do you
they're the
mean?
ones
I
who
want to know what
ultimately
happened to that
have to
number
pay for that
changed.
money to be collected
Please.
at the end of the day.
It's
So it
gonna
seems a
change
little
until
bit
we leave,
like
they
some
say.
political posturing, maybe a little bit
Well,
of vote
that
buying.
means
It's
she
no different
said
than what we saw
that
under the Biden administration, but it's not necessarily great
if that number
economic
changed.
policy.
There was
Okay, well that means she set that up.
Great,
Somewhere along the
which
line.
on a macro level, there might have been some indicators of that,
Why?
where people were still feeling it pretty significantly on
She
an
tried
everyday
to do
basis.
something and
Lydia
it
Max
failed.
from Newburgh,
Let it go. I'm not the
Lydia
one
Max from
talking.
Newmax, excuse me. That'll be the conversation there. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, a lot of news we are following, including Israel striking Lebanon's capital for the first time in months, claiming to have killed one of Hezbollah's leaders. We'll tell you what Prime Minister Netanyahu is saying about the attack.
Thanksgiving in America. Live coverage starts at 8
Things
aren't really moving.
It's trying to graduate and I'll be over real soon, but I'm also in the same jail cell as this bitch. That means she had sex while I was gone, which pisses me the fuck off. Fucking America, she's like fucking sick. He's a nasty, stinky bitch. I hate his fucking speeches like Weird fucking says this is gonna be funny because your number's gonna change. And I figured out it's better number. Watch. Here he did all that. He said, look, I hate that because you are an ass bitch. I hate you. Here you fucking put in my butt and leave me alone. And that's cheating. Look, I don't want to talk about it. Frankly, that number changed. That's bull stuff. You said you helped her with it. I hate all that from both. Don't do it. I think it's dumb. I think these numbers fine dumb. To be quite honest, that's a lot of fucking days.
On fixed full double arch implants. That's insurance assurance on a smile that's built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
The holidays are all about giving, but the Ram Black Friday sales event is all about getting. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months. Get the strongest Ram 1500 ever. And get it all backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Nothing stops Ram.
I don't know why we made it clear in the first place.
Black Friday sales event.
Right now, purchase this Ram 1500 and get 0% financing for 60 months, or 5,500 total cash allowance on select 2026 Ram 1500 models in dealer inventory, and get a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty.
Wow.
Yeah, can you believe what's happening at VisionWorks? You can use this year's benefits before they expire.
Even more wow.
Use your Vision benefits before they expire. VisionWorks. See the difference.
It's the final game, folks. This one cleans the series. If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. Here, take mine.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy looking logo. But GoDaddy Hero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
Imagine checking your own heart with medical precision from anywhere. You can with Cardio Mobile 6L, the FDA-cleared EKG that provides 6 times more heart data than any smartwatch. And it detects 3 of the most common arrhythmias in just 30 seconds, including atrial fibrillation, bradycardia, and tachycardia. Check your heart with the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG. Get one for just $99 during our Black Friday sale going on now at Cardia.com or Amazon.
Work, errands, chores, they follow you home. But the moment you feel the unmatched comfort of a Lazy Boy recliner, you go from 0 to lazy. It has cushions made to comfort all of you. It gives you power to recline your way. And it surrounds you with the comfort you deserve. Come try for yourself at a Lazy Boy store. It's the Black Friday sale. Get 0% interest for 48 months. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
Okay, man. Oh, we need to vaporize that sore throat. Vapor Cool Drops. It's sore throat relief or a rush of fixed vapors.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapor Cool Drops.
If you believe that your body is your own and that reproductive health care is health care, then donate to Planned Parenthood and put your values into action. Efforts to shut us down have already put 200 health centers at risk of closing. Go online, call, or scan this code to donate $19 a month right now, and we'll send you this care no matter what t-shirt. This is the time to show up for your values before it's too late. Go online, call, or scan this code.
The holiday season is here, and CNN Underscored is your VIP pass to unique gifts at the best prices.
All right, Jillian, how did it feel?
Yes, it's really comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
Shop holiday gifting now at underscored.com.
Let's get back to our breaking news. Top United States negotiators have wrapped up talks for the day with Ukrainian and European officials in Switzerland. They're racing to hammer out a Ukrainian peace deal before President Trump's Thursday deadline. Now, the president has also said he's willing to be flexible if real progress has been made by then. But Trump's proposal has come under fire at points by some for heavily favoring Russia, but as Secretary Rubio emphasized today, the negotiations are fluid and that this is a living, breathing document. I want to bring in CNN's Matthew Chance. You were just in the room with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's helping to lead those discussions in Geneva, Switzerland. You asked him a few questions as well. What's the latest there in Geneva?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a late night here, and it's been many, many hours of face-to-face negotiations between the US side, led by US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and the Ukrainian delegation as well. A few hours ago, both of the leaders of those delegations, Rubio and Andriy Yermak from the Ukrainian side, came out, they were very positive, said they were going to update us later on in the evening about what progress they were making. Yeah, but when that finally happened, Marco Rubio came out alone. Ukrainians didn't turn up with him. Read into that what you will. But for his part, the US Secretary of State was very upbeat. He said he was optimistic that the talks were going in the right direction, and he said there was a tremendous amount of progress today during those negotiations. It's been very up and down. Earlier, President Trump tweeted out or posted on his Truth Social media platform that he felt that the Ukrainians were still not being grateful, to paraphrase what he said. I asked Rubio about that, and he said,
That's because he wants to abandon everything and build an ally of the republic. And he said it further, like, we're a democratic republic, but really they're like, we're just a republic now, what's it about?
To the media here at
Trump
US
hates
Embassy
all that.
in Geneva,
He's going to
basically
jail,
saying, look,
throwing in house
we're
arrest,
making
time.
progress in the right direction, but there are still several issues that have to be talked about. We kind of skipped over them. We wouldn't get into specifics about what exactly were the hold-ups in this negotiation with the Ukrainians. Things like territorial concessions that the Ukrainians are being asked to make. Things like limitations on the country's military, the size of its standing army, but other limitations as well. Things like the nature of the security guarantees that the United States is prepared to offer Ukraine as well. Basically, Rubio was, sort of saying these have to be dealt with, it's a process, etc., etc. But remember, these are massive obstacles standing in the way of Ukraine, being able to, accept in any way this 28-point proposal that has been laid
Actually, an NDA agreement, but I need the internet to work, so I don't think I can do it.
with
I tried, it don't work.
the close
Everybody can figure it
assistance
out.
of the Kremlin
Yeah,
as well. And so getting over those obstacles, getting Ukraine to accept territorial concessions, getting them to accept these limitations that are being placed on it, and giving Russia essentially everything it's asking for is a huge ask. And we're only at the start of that process now, and we'll see where it ends up.
Yeah, I believe at the very least, U.S. officials seem to be optimistic, but again, lacking on some of those details on those key points that you mentioned. Matthew Chance, appreciate the reporting there in Geneva. I'm going to keep this conversation going with Ivo Dalder. He's the former U.S. ambassador to NATO and is a senior fellow at Harvard's Belfer Center. Thank you for being here. I mean, we're hearing from Ukrainian President Zelensky, who seems to be now praising the discussion, saying that President Trump is listening to his country's needs. We heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio that this seems to be the most positive day that they've had since the beginning of their engagements here. I just wonder, how are you analyzing, at the very least, the posturing we have seen from the Ukrainian and American sides on the other side of these negotiations?
Well, this is really the first time, this day is the first time that very serious talks are being held between the United States and Ukraine. Until this time, until the very beginning of President Trump getting back into office in the second term, the idea has been that the United States and Russia will negotiate, provided and send a plan to Ukraine to sign on the dotted line. And indeed, that's what happened once again this week. A plan negotiated between Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Putin's envoy Kirill Dmitriev was put together this 28-point plan and presented to the Ukrainians on a take it or leave it basis. What happened today, what is very important, is the Ukrainians were able to sit down with the United States and say, hey, wait a minute, before you tell us what it is that we need to sign on, how about you listen to our side of the story? We, after all, are the victims of this aggression, and rather than sitting down with the aggressor, why don't you sit down with the victim to see where we can come out? And so I'm hopeful that the kind of body language and kind of language we're seeing from both President Zelensky on the one hand and Secretary of State Rubio on the other will finally put us onto a path where there is a discussion between the United States and Ukraine, and I would say the Europeans to be part of this before a plan is presented to the Russians, which frankly they should be presented with a take it or leave it plan.
I wanted to ask you about that because, look, your former U.S. ambassador to NATO and Secretary Rubio mentioned that there were certain aspects of the negotiations that they sort of segregated or put to the side that would essentially need the sign-off of EU and NATO representatives. What sort of issues might fall into that bucket that the United States, Ukraine, and potentially Russia wouldn't be able to sort of hammer out on their own here?
You know, just about everything. So the question of security guarantees is not something that the United States, living on the other side of the ocean, can provide without European and NATO support. So anything that has to do with the question of the security of Ukraine after this war is either something the Ukrainians have to decide themselves, which is a strong army that is not limited in size or capabilities, or in fact, by the Europeans, whether they are willing to provide the kind of capabilities both to make that security guarantee real and to open up the possibility of both NATO and EU membership. So that's one area. The other is on the economic side. The Russian assets that have been frozen largely are in Europe. In the 28-point plan, those assets were distributed by the United States and Russia, neither of whom have control over those assets without input from the Europeans. And indeed, the United States in that 28-point plan was going to take a share of those assets, which is quite remarkable when you just think about it. So in almost every aspect that you have to deal with in order to get a real ceasefire and to make that ceasefire real, let alone a negotiation of territory, which can only be done by the Ukrainians and Russians, you cannot get there unless the Europeans are not only on board, but they're part of the equation.
And, you know, one of those is we, one, did not get any details on sort of the progress on some of those significant sticking points, territory obviously being one of them, but also, of course, the potential joining of the Ukraine with NATO. It's been a topic and a dynamic and a possibility that has been discussed over and over really since the beginning of this war. I mean, again, you were former NATO ambassador. The original version of this proposal, at least what was put out into the public, seemed to forbid Ukraine from joining NATO. I just wonder, what do you make of the implications there? And is that something that is essentially a non-starter for the Russians when they do get some of these details in front of that side?
The Russians have wanted a veto over Ukrainian membership of NATO, indeed membership of any country into NATO from the very beginning. Unfortunately for them, since they're not a member of NATO, they don't get a veto. It's just not how international politics works. The problem with the 28-point plan was not only that it prohibited Ukraine from becoming a member of NATO, telling it that it needed to be part of its constitution, but, and this is important, it required NATO to amend the treaty to prohibit further enlargement and further membership of European countries. That is just not a non-starter. And the Europeans have made very clear the issue of alliance membership is an issue for the alliance, that is the 32 nations who are a member of NATO, and whoever wants to become a member, in this case Ukraine. And that there can be nothing in this treaty, nothing in this agreement that prohibits that. These are sovereign decisions, and this is what this is about. The question is Ukraine going to be a sovereign, independent country, able to make its own decisions without having to refer to Moscow? If the answer to that answer is no, Moscow wins this war, and therefore Ukraine will not sign on to it. If the answer to the question of whether Ukraine can be independent and sovereign is yes, then the question becomes, how is that security guaranteed? And that is something that NATO does best. I have long believed that Ukraine should be a member of NATO. Had it been a member of NATO, the war would have never started. And this idea that somehow you can resolve this war by allowing Russia to have a say over Ukrainian sovereignty strikes me as just absolutely the wrong way to go.
Ambassador Abel Dolder, appreciate the insight. Thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
All right. We also have breaking news out of Lebanon that we're following. The Israeli military says it has killed Hezbollah's number 2 figure with an airstrike in southern Beirut. Critically, it's the first time Israel has attacked the city in months, as Lebanese health officials say the strikes killed at least 5 people and wounded more than 24 others. I'm going to get straight to CNN international diplomatic editor Nick Robinson, who joins me now from Jerusalem. I mean, Nick, what more do we know about this? Obviously, a significant threshold to recross here.
Yeah, Haitham Ali Tabatabai was the number 2 in Hezbollah. The chief of staff, Israeli officials, said that he had the blood of both Israelis and Americans on his hands, that he had been a special forces commander training forces in Syria, training them in Yemen as well. But what we've heard from the Prime Minister's office here is a very clear message that they believe that Hezbollah is trying to regroup itself, and we've seen an uptick in the number of Israeli airstrikes on Hezbollah positions, or what the IDF says are Hezbollah positions in the south of Lebanon over the last few days and recent weeks. And it's sort of significant because the ceasefire agreement that was made between Israel and Lebanon almost a year ago called for Hezbollah to disarm and get out of the border region. But what Israel has been maintaining is that Hezbollah is sort of trying to set up back in that region. So a decision clearly taken to go after this number 2 in Hezbollah and go back to striking in the suburbs of Beirut, hitting this multi-story building in the southern suburbs, hitting it with a direct precision strike, Israelis say, sort of on the 4th or 5th floor of this apartment building. As you say, 5 people killed, 28 according to Lebanese officials injured in that. But Israel's prime minister coming down very clearly and indicating that this may not be the last strike.
The policy I'm leading is absolutely clear. Under my leadership, the state of Israel will not allow Hezbollah to rebuild its tower, and will not allow it to once again pose a threat to the state of Israel.
So the Lebanese president has called on the international community to do more to pressure Israel to curb its attacks here. Similarly, in the south of Israel, in Gaza, to the south of Israel, Hamas calling on the international community to do the same there with the IDF, with Israel, to push them to cut back on strikes, increasing strikes in Gaza as well. In the past 24 hours, more than 20 people killed, according to Hamas officials in the past, according to health officials inside of Gaza in the past 24 hours, and many others injured as well.
Nick Robertson, appreciate the reporting. All right, coming up, we are following a number of stories this afternoon, including can smoking weed help you drink less? A new study is revealing just how well the so-called California Sober works. I'm going to speak to the researcher behind it next.
Here are the 5 things you need to know to start your day. Headline for concealed
If you're looking for a Medicare supplement insurance plan that's smart now,
I'm 65.
and really smart later,
I'm 70-ish.
consider an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan from United Healthcare. With this type of plan, you'll know upfront about how much your care costs, which makes planning your financial future easier. So call United Healthcare today to learn more about the only plans of their kind with the AARP name, and set yourself and your future self up with an AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare.
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify. Become one of the world's best converting checkout and turn analytics into opportunities so you can scale further. Faster. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
I don't believe you can conserve what you don't have. Climate tech is really expensive, and really communities in the global south don't have access to it.
We're trying to democratize technology and plant a lot of mangroves.
Over the last 5 years, we planted 12.5 million mangrove seeds. We started with a 3D printer and a drone. Abu Dhabi has been an incredible place for us to build our business.
Hi, Mom. I
can't wait for you to hear well again, so I won't have to scream to tell you that I love you. Now tell me if you can hear this. Hi, Mom.
It's not just your hearing. For us, it's your life. That's why we created the Miracle Earway, offering unlimited care, including free unlimited servicing, cleanings, and checkups to keep you connected with your loved ones at all times. Unlock our best deals of the year. Call 1-800-670-318.
It's the final game, folks. This one in history.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. Here, take mine.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Get up to 70% off store-wide at Michael's Black Friday sale. Score epic deals on trees, decor, floral, and greenery. Plus, save big on creative things like yarn, frames, art supplies, jewelry, and more. Shop now, in-store, or at michaels.com.
Wow.
Yeah, can you believe what's happening at VisionWorks? You can use this year's benefits before they expire.
Even more wow.
Use your Vision benefits before they expire. VisionWorks. See the difference.
From our orchards in Oregon to your holiday table, Harry and David delivers a legacy of gourmet excellence. Our prepared meals, fine wines, charcuterie, all crafted to elevate any celebration. Make it a hand-picked holiday with Harry and David.
Should we give him a minute?
The holidays are here. BMW Black Friday sales event on now. Use the 2026 BMW X-Life for $599 per month.
Toyota Phone is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry.
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid. Tundra.
How'd
you do that?
Toyota Phone Magic.
Get a new Camry right now with special 4.99% financing for 72 months. Or get special APR financing on a stylish Corolla sedan or hatchback.
'Tis the season for Toyota.
Toyota.
Thanksgiving in America. Live coverage starts at 8 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Skechers Kids Footwear.
Now you can know where your kids' shoes are in Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers. There's a clever hidden compartment, and you can see where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. New from Skechers.
There's been a lot of talk recently about alcohol. Studies show young people seem to be drinking less than previous generations. Why? One theory is as marijuana becomes legal in much of the country, Gen Z is embracing what's known as the California sober lifestyle, swapping booze for weed. And a new study looked at the effects of cannabis on alcohol craving and consumption and found people who smoked pot drank less. I'm joined now by the lead researcher on that study, Jane Metrick, professor of behavioral and social science at Brown University. And Professor, I just want to start with, what was the main takeaway from this study for you?
Yes, thank you for having me. We found that in our controlled bar lab study, after people used cannabis, they drank about a quarter less alcohol over the next 2 hours.
So, yeah, I guess on that front, I mean, some people drinking less alcohol after they smoke pot. I mean, is it just because they don't like a crossfade, or what details sort of went into that there?
Well, we recruited adult volunteers who regularly use cannabis and who are drinking alcohol at heavy levels. So these are individuals who might be using cannabis and alcohol for different reasons. And so what
Wait, was that my wife? I'm sorry, man.
Under controlled conditions, cannabis with THC relative to cannabis without THC actually reduced alcohol consumption in the short term for the majority of the people in the study. What we don't know is what happens in the long term, and that's an important area of research for the next set of studies.
Yeah. And I guess, what are the
What is
risks
this?
involved
This is incredible.
with
What is
mixing marijuana
What is that
and
stuff?
alcohol?
So that's a great question.
Where's the hookah?
Alcohol
Go to
and
a hookah in the next
cannabis when
room.
mixed together
It's
can
pillows.
really potentially each other's effects.
10 pillows, 8
And the
pillows, 2
combination can be
8
quite
pillows.
impairing. So it's really important to
That's what
note
we
that
need.
our study tested the
What?
sequential effect, kind of how cannabis affects alcohol consumption, subsequent alcohol consumption. It is very different when people are mixing the two substances together, and it can be quite risky, as it can increase, like I said, impairment, risky driving, and other unwanted consequences.
Sure. I mean, look, when people hear California sober, obviously we're talking about cannabis as opposed to alcohol.
Yes.
But is it a better health option overall? Or essentially, I mean, is cannabis more dangerous than alcohol? Or is it just swapping one vice for another here? Was that part of your analysis at all?
Those are any butters,
What we really try to do is answer one question: how does cannabis affect alcohol consumption? We're not really ranking the two substances in terms of which one is better. We also know that for some people, this combination can be risky, and cannabis can actually increase alcohol consumption. So there are likely a lot of important individual differences at play, and cannabis is not without its own set of risks. So it's really important to emphasize that this cannabis use disorder is real. So for those people who are already exploring this option of being California sober, it's really important that they closely monitor their cannabis use to reduce the risk.
Jay mentioned a really interesting study. Thank you for taking the time to explain some of it for us. Appreciate it. Up next, Formula One misfortune, a dramatic twist in the Sin City title race. Why two-year-old drivers were disqualified from the Las Vegas Grand Prix. We'll talk about it.
Yeah. Look at that, like that. I get it. Fluff out.
Now streaming exclusively on the CNN. Wow.
Yeah, can you believe what's happening at VisionWorks? You
Did you
can
name all
use
this?
this year's benefits before they expire.
We hit somebody. We hit that forward.
Wow.
Use your vision benefits
You
before
know,
they
anyway,
expire.
you big bad you do, huh?
VisionWorks,
So.
see the difference.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms, but just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after trying Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq works differently. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. And even at the 3-year mark, many people felt this relief. Rinvoq can stop joint damage, and in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take an allergic or have an infection.
Unsettling? Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq. And take back what's yours. AbbVie can help you save.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Hero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
They all want the Emirates NBA Cup. 30 teams, 6 groups, nowhere to hide. The hungriest will advance. The rest will be left behind.
Everyone wants that cup.
But only one will capture it.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Foley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
We actually sold the twins' name rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
You need a tan? I'll be man. We do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Or stress. The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Get Neffy, the only epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions. Now available through a free virtual visit at getneffy.com. Use it for signs of allergic allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. Book a hassle-free virtual visit at getneffy.com today and pay as little as $0 for Neffy.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
Micro? I can do micro.
Get started at Noom.com.
My son's already in the car. Bye.
Right now, claim an unlimited mobile line included for a year with your Xfinity Internet. Xfinity, imagine that.
Meet Earl. Earl, like all cats, craves food that's meaty and juicy. But in a dog eats first world, he's never had food made with his needs in mind. Luckily, his human found Smalls. Smalls makes gently cooked fresh food that's junk food. Just meaty, juicy, natural ingredients. Ready to make 9 lives 10? Visit smalls.com/TV to receive your first meals.
Big 12 football. Big action, big plays. Outrageous. See ball. Give ball.
Give everything you got. You better bring your A game. This is big.
A dramatic twist at this weekend's Las Vegas Formula One Grand Prix that really could have significant implications for the driver's title. I want to bring in CNN World Sport anchor Patrick Snell, who joins us. Patrick, can you just get us up to speed on what happened and how it actually impacts the race for the driver's title?
Yeah, hi there, Omar. Yeah, just when we wanted some drama in the race for the Formula One driver's title
There's a
this
board
year,
of yes and
well,
no,
we
maybe.
get it coming
Maybe
right
say.
under the bright lights
Tony Clips,
of the
Mr.
Nevada
Beast,
Street
Mr.
Circuit
Circuit.
Saturday night. Just a context
I'm not
here.
going to give him or
The
take
two
away at this
McLaren
point because we'll bring
teammates,
him
we're talking Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, the young Australian, they've been battling it out for the title all season. Tensions have been simmering at times, and Norris starting on pole. The Brit would go on to finish second, or so he thought, behind the eventual race winner, Max Verstappen, while Lando's Aussie teammate, Oscar Piastri, looked like initially he'd got fourth place finish. But then it all changed. Then came the twist. Both Norris and Piastri learning their fate. Both drivers disqualified for technical reasons, which we understand to be linked to the underside, the undercar skid planks. It's getting a bit technical here, but what I can tell you is a post-race inspection found the thickness of the plank assembly in question was actually below the permitted minimum. That has repercussions. Just 2 races left now on the season. Verstappen, Max Verstappen, the reigning world champ, he is seeking a 5th straight title. He went on to win the race. You can see those celebrations, what it means to him. He's back in it, Omar. He's only 24 points adrift. He's back in it with 2 races still to come.
Wow, down to post-race inspection technicalities. Patrick, in women's professional soccer, is Gotham FC who is celebrating again? Can you just tell us how it all played out?
Yes, they are. Gotham FC, the champions of the National Women's Soccer League for the 2nd time in 3 seasons after a 1-0 victory over the Washington Spirit last night in California. Great moment here. We got to see Trinity Rodman coming onto the field of play there. She'd been out for a few weeks due to injury, so good to see her back with a winning goal of the match coming 10 minutes from time. It's from the US World Cup winner Rose Lavelle with a really beautiful finish there, curling the ball out of the keeper's reach into the back of the net. And that was enough to win the title. At the full-time whistle, scenes of elation for Gotham FC. We see Rodman there going off again due to injury. Celebrations there for Gotham FC. This is a really cool stat. They were number 8. Gotham FC now the lowest seed to win the title. They've done it twice now in 3 seasons. A great achievement for them.
Indeed, Patrick Snell. Appreciate it as always. All right. right, everyone, if you've been with me, welcome back. If you're just getting here, welcome in. I'm Omar Jimenez, sitting in for Frederica Whitfield. We're going to start this hour with new developments in the stunning resignation of Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Just days after announcing she would step down from Congress in January, amid what became a bitter feud with President Trump. Today, the Georgia Republican is speaking out about a report that says she's eyeing a run for the White House, and really a lengthy expose this morning. The conservative firebrand adamantly denied that she's leaving Congress to mount a 2028 presidential run, saying, quote, "I am not running for president and never said I wanted to, and I've only laughed about it," and you would mention. CNN's Camila DeChalis is covering this story. Camila, Greene isn't saying, though, what the future holds for her, but plenty of lawmakers are reacting to what became really a shocking resignation. What can you tell us?
Omar, that's right. In her resignation statement, and even the video that she put out, she didn't necessarily say what she's going to do after she leaves office, and she shut down any rumors that she's trying to run for the White House in 2028. But it is pretty notable how you have lawmakers even across the aisle that are weighing in about what her resignation really means. And some Democrats say that they're not really quite sure what to make of her decision, but note that they are kind of counting on her vote in any upcoming deal that would try to extend the hands of foreign care subsidies. Mind you, these subsidies were really part of why there was a 40-plus day government shutdown. And it's also pretty notable that some Democrats have recently even gone as far as to even praise Greene for helping push the bipartisan effort to fully release all the Jeffrey Epstein files that happened in Congress. Now, in her resignation statement, she acknowledged that effort of her helping with the Jeffrey Epstein files, that contributed to the ongoing tensions between her and the president. But one Democratic lawmaker, Jasmine Crockett, didn't hold back on her criticism of Greene and had a lot to say about her resignation. Take a listen.
Honestly, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. You're on the other side of the president for 1 week and you can't take the heat. Imagine what it is to sit in my shoes, to not only be on the opposite side of him, but to have people like her who are constantly fanning the flames of hate.
Now, Omar, on Capitol Hill, she's considered a really polarizing figure, and it's worth noting that last week Marjorie Taylor Greene even went as far as to apologizing, saying that she would no longer use the toxic rhetoric. And now with her leaving office, it really does have more lawmakers wondering what is going to happen next. Because as I mentioned, some Democratic lawmakers really started to turn to see her in the last few weeks as potentially being an ally and addressing key issues that are going to be addressed on Capitol Hill.
Camila DeChalis, appreciate the reporting. I want to keep this conversation going with Ron Brownstein. He's a CNN senior political analyst and a Bloomberg opinion columnist. Ron, good to see you. Look, Marjorie Taylor Greene says she is not running for president in 2028 and resigning in part to avoid really what would be a possible ugly primary challenge from a Trump-endorsed candidate. But it also comes after she just helped force the release of these Epstein files. What kind of political future does Greene have after this fallout with Trump?
You know, it's interesting. I mean, the beginning of her statement when she announced it sounded like she was positioning herself to run as kind of a third-party, pops on both their houses populist, potentially for president or some other office. And she was talking about the political industrial complex and how both parties have let down hardworking Americans. But then she kind of veered back into very conventional, far-right territory. Which made clear that I think she sees her future in the Republican Party. We'll see if she runs for office again. It's easy to imagine her trying to make a detour into a media career, but either way, whether she's a candidate or a commentator, I suspect she's not going to go away as quietly as some of the others, like Tom Tillis in the Senate, who concluded that they could not survive in the Republican Party with Trump bearing down on them. I suspect she is going to be more of a headache going forward for the president than some of those other scouts on his wall have been.
And, you know, sort of big picture looking at this dynamic here, you have one, this eliminates or at least complicates the very slim majority in the House heading into a big spending bill that we're expecting to see at least portions of in January. But also, when you're looking at it from a political movement standpoint, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of the fiercest MAGA allies at one point. Does this show that there's a crack in the movement, or does this more show that President Trump still has an iron grip on the party?
You know, I look at this almost as the other shoe dropping from what we saw in the election earlier this month. Hard to believe that was this month. But, you know, what did we see in Virginia and New Jersey? We saw two Republican candidates, Jack Ciattarelli and Winston Earl Sears, who refused to criticize Trump in any way, even when he took actions that were demonstrably hurting their states, like the Doge cuts in Virginia or the cancellation of the Gateway Tunnel in New Jersey. And what happened? On election day, they were polarized by voters who disapproved of Trump. Each of them lost over 90% of voters who said they disapproved of the way Trump was performing as president. Now here's Marjorie Taylor Greene as kind of the bookend to that. She offers the other course, which is she establishes some independence from Trump. She criticizes him on occasion, and basically shows she's not completely under his thumb. And what does he do? He basically reads her out of the MAGA movement, despite all the ways in which he has defended him over the years. I mean, she talked in her statement about flying back the night after her father had surgery to vote against Trump's impeachment. So on the one hand, if you show independence from Trump, you have the risk he will be like Zeus throwing thunderbolts at you and declaring that you're not part of MAGA anymore, you're a traitor. And if you don't, and you're anywhere but the kind of the most staunchly red constituency, like Chitterelli and like Earl Sears, you face the risk that voters who are dissatisfied with Trump will vote for you in really overwhelming numbers. And I think there are a lot of Republicans who are looking at these two paths right now and hoping, saying, is that it? Are those the only choices I have?
Yeah. You talked about this recent election. On the same day that Greene announced she was resigning, Trump welcomed new mayor-elect, New York mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani as well. Obviously, heading into this, you would think on paper and still policy-wise, appears to be one of his biggest political adversaries. But when you watch the dynamic between them, I mean, look, I wasn't in the room, I wasn't in there for the meeting, but they seemed pretty friendly, at the very least cordial, even when reporters were pointing out some very big key differences between them. What do you make of how that meeting played out, and does that forecast to you anything going forward in terms of how that relationship will be handled?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's another example of what we were just talking about, right? Because Elise Stefanik, who is running for governor, and no one has been kind of more slavish in defending and advocating for Trump in Congress. Her whole campaign is that Mamdani is a threat to the state, and Kathy Hochul is going to enable and empower him, and there's Trump, basically rejecting the central argument she's making, like rejecting the idea that he is a jihadist. Look, Trump's a New Yorker. It was kind of a stunning, kind of a body language and actual language from the president there. But color me skeptical. I'm also a New Yorker, like both of them from Queens, and I have a hard time seeing how this survives. I mean, we saw today Mamdani reaffirming his belief that Trump is, quote, a fascist. And as you note, on policy, the administration is seeking, not only in New York, but in cities around the country, to condition virtually every dollar the federal government provides cities for education, healthcare, disaster preparation, housing, on the cities adopting a series of very conservative policies, like complete cooperation with ICE, like rolling back transgender kids' access in high school sports, even limiting access to abortion. It's just really hard to imagine that New York is going to get some sort of special exemption from that. And that, and that if they don't, that Mamdani is going to be in court fighting Trump on all of those fronts. He had a 6-page detailed plan on how to Trump-proof New York City. His first bullet point was end all cooperation with ICE. I think once that starts, this may look a little less chummy.
Yeah, and also this is well before Mamdani actually has taken office, still the mayor-elect to this point. Ron Brownstein, appreciate the analysis. Thanks for being here.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right, still to come, the stepped-up immigration enforcement has had an impact on work sites, schools, and neighborhoods. We're going to take a look at how it's affected people's access to much-needed health care. And up next, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says President Trump is pleased with the progress of Ukraine peace talks in Geneva. Hear what happened in today's negotiations.
Thanksgiving in America. Live coverage starts at 8 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper? Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
We actually sold the twins naming rights.
Yeah, like stadiums did. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
You need a tan? I'm your man. Do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
with my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after trying Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq works differently. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. It can relieve fatigue and stop joint damage. And in PSA, Rinvoq can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
AbbVie can help you save.
You got the magic makes me flow so
If you misplaced your card, slide to the right and the card's locked. The Chase mobile app has card lock. Locked, unlocked, locked, unlocked. And it has encryption technology to help you keep your data safe. Cool, right? That's peace of mind from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
The holidays are all about giving, but at the Ram Black Friday sales event, it's all about getting. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months. Get the strongest Ram 1500 ever. And get it all backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Nothing stops Ram. Don't let anything stop you from getting a great deal at the Ram Black Friday sales event.
Right now, purchase this Ram 1500 and get 0% financing for 60 months, or 5,500 total cash allowance on select 2026 Ram 1500 models in dealer inventory, and get a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty.
Hi, Leslie the deal-loving llama here. I just got a great deal on new flooring. Lumber Liquidators has the top brands of flooring from Dream Home Laminate to Bellawood Exotics with the best warranties and at incredible prices, up to 60% less than others. Visit your local store or lumberliquidator.com. Worth the drive.
We're putting our foot down to keep our feet up, like way up, with Lazy Boy.
We did lots of adulting today. We just got to do lots of nothing.
It's the Lazy Boy Black Friday sale. 0% interest for 48 months. This offer ends soon.
After working overtime, we will be putting in our TV time.
Hurry in. Black Friday sale going on now. Lazy Boy. Long live the lazy.
Wow.
Yeah, can you believe what's happening at VisionWorks? You can use this year's benefits before they expire.
Even more wow.
Use your vision benefits before they expire. VisionWorks. See the difference.
Jorge has always put the ones he loves first. But when it comes to caring for his teeth, he's let his own maintenance take a back seat. Well, maybe it's time to shift gears on that. Aspen Dental has complete, affordable care all under one roof. Plus, free exams and x-rays for new patients without insurance, and 20% off dental services for everyone, making it easier to get started with quality care. It's one more way Aspen Dental is in your corner.
Meet Go Dogs, the fastest food truck around. Meet Mylanta tonight. It's faster and makes heartburn after dinner history. It works on contact with a soothing honey chamomile flavor. Mylanta, faster than heartburn.
For the first time ever, all-star chef duos go head-to-head for their charities. It's TOC with epic holiday twists.
All new Tournament of Champions All-Star Christmas, Wednesday night at 8 on Food Network.
Today, significant developments in the effort to end Russia's war in Ukraine. Just moments ago, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky praised what he calls substantive results from today's diplomatic talks with United States officials in Switzerland. After a peace plan put forward by President Trump was criticized for favoring Russia, Zelensky says there are new signs the administration is listening to Ukraine.
Дипломатія активізована. Це добре.
Diplomacy has been activated, which is good, very good. We expect that the results will be the right steps. The first priority is reliable peace, guaranteed security, respect for our people, respect for everyone who gave their lives defending Ukraine from Russian aggression.
CNN's Betsy Klein is live at the White House. So, Betsy, the president had issued a Thursday deadline for Ukraine to agree to his peace plan. Based on what we heard today, does that still look likely?
Well, Omar, there could be some flexibility, and that comes after Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that major progress had been made toward ending Russia's war in Ukraine after talks in Geneva between top U.S. officials and their Ukrainian counterparts. Now, at the core of these discussions is this proposed 28-point peace plan. As you mentioned, it had received bipartisan criticism here in Washington, but Rubio today calling it a living, breathing document. Among some of the provisions in an earlier draft that CNN obtained, Kyiv ceding territory to Russia, giving up any Ukrainian ambitions to join NATO, as well as limiting the size of its army. But Rubio now says that many of those outstanding issues have been resolved in what he described as a very substantial way. And as you saw there, Zelensky saying that he believes that the U.S. is listening to Ukraine. But it's also worth noting that this is still going to require sign-off from President Donald Trump, from Zelensky, as well as Russia, and that could be a major obstacle. Rubio saying that Russia has to agree in order for this to work. And to underscore the fragility here, we saw President Trump lashing out earlier today in a post to social media. He wrote, quote, Ukraine, quote, leadership has expressed zero gratitude for our efforts. Of course, Zelensky going on to offer his own gratitude and thanks to the U.S. and to President Trump specifically on social media. Now, Secretary Rubio says that it is still too soon to declare any victory or finality, but he did indicate some flexibility on the timeline. Listen.
The deadline is we want to get this done as soon as possible. Obviously, you know, we'd love it to be Thursday, whether it's Thursday, whether it's Friday, whether it's Wednesday, whether it's Monday of the following week. We want it to be soon because people are going to, between today and the time we deal with this, more people are going to die. More destruction is going to happen.
Now, top Trump administration officials, including Secretary Rubio, led that delegation. That included U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and U.S. Army Secretary Dan Driscoll. But there was another name in that delegation that stood out, and that is Jared Kushner. Kushner does not have a formal role in this iteration of the Trump administration, but he has been brought in for some of these trickier negotiations. So very notable to see his name there, Omar. And we'll be watching as these negotiations continue in the days ahead.
His name all over the Israel and Gaza negotiations as well. Betsy Klein, appreciate the reporting there from the White House. All right, coming up 2 days after that friendly, at least what appeared to be a friendly Oval Office meeting, New York City's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani says he still believes President Trump is a fascist, and he basically affirmed it while they were standing next to each other during that meeting. But we'll tell you what he just told CNN about where their relationship goes from here. Stay with us.
Every other day, Parts Unknown Crime Cuts. Now streaming exclusively on CNN app.
Wow. Yeah, can you believe what's happening at VisionWorks? You can use this year's benefits before they expire.
Even more wow.
Use your vision benefits before they expire. VisionWorks. See the difference.
The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor tracks your glucose in real time. And over time, it can help lower your A1C. This is progress. Learn more and try for free at freestylelibre.us.
I thought I had fatty liver disease, but it's actually MASH, and it's scarring my liver.
Restifra treats MASH with moderate to advanced liver scarring without cirrhosis, along with diet and exercise. Restifra has accelerated FDA approval. Studies are ongoing to confirm benefit. It works directly in the liver. It helps reduce scarring and reduce MASH.
Before taking, tell your doctor about liver or gallbladder problems, or if you're pregnant, breastfeeding, or plan to be. Serious side effects include liver injury, gallstones, gallbladder, pancreas inflammation. Stop taking and call your doctor about tiredness, nausea, vomiting, fever, rash, yellowing of your skin or eyes, stomach pain. Tell your doctor if taking Gemfibrozil, cyclosporin, clopidogrel, or statins. Side effects include diarrhea, itching, dizziness, constipation.
Ask your liver specialist if Restifra can make a difference for you.
Noom's going micro. Micro habits, micro wins, microdose GLP-1s.
I'm stuck. My rate won't budge.
Been there, but Noom can help.
I buy my time.
Hello, micro. Get started at Noom.com.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Hero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins. While they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
With South Africa welcomes nations, organizations, and institutions to join in our pursuit of a future that stands on the pillars of solidarity, equality, sustainability. South Africa, proud host of the G20.
Get up to 70% off store-wide at Michael's Black Friday sale. Score epic deals on trees, decor, floral, and greenery. Plus, save big on creative things like yarn, frames, art supplies, jewelry, and more. Shop now, in-store, or at michaels.com.
Nobody getting anything out of that. What is it? Create and presentation.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $65 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that. Spend less time making drinks and more time making memories. Introducing Bartesian. The perfect pour every time. For every cocktail at your party. Learn more at bartesian.com. Thursday morning, join CNN for live coverage of the biggest parades from coast to coast. John Berman, Erica Hill, and Sarah Seidner host. Thanksgiving and Hanukkah. Coverage starts Thursday on CNN and watch on the CNN network.
Closed captioning brought to you by mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
New today, after surprising everyone with what seemed like a friendly visit to the White House, New York Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani says he's not changing his tune on his critical view of President Trump. Take a listen.
Just to be very clear, do you think that President Trump is a fascist?
And after President Trump said that, I said yes. And
so you do.
And that's something that I've said in the past. I say it today. And I think what I appreciated about the conversation that I had with the president was that we were not shy about the places of disagreement about the politics that has brought us to this moment.
CNN correspondent Gloria Pazmino is with us now. So, Gloria, you spoke with Mamdani earlier today. What's he saying now?
Yeah, Omar, in months and months of covering Zohran Mamdani, one thing that he says very often is that he tries to cast political differences as strengths and not weaknesses. And I think the comments that we are seeing him make today regarding that label of the president, continuing to call him a fascist, is an example of that. He was trying to tell us today that even though he disagrees with Donald Trump on almost everything, he still wanted to be able to go into the Oval Office, inside the White House, and have a conversation with him centered on his agenda and his priorities, right? So mainly about affordability. That's what he told me the two talked about today. We've also learned that they spent quite a bit of time talking about real estate here in New York, how difficult it is to build housing in New York City. They talked about whether or not they could compel Con Edison, the electricity giant, to bring down rates for New Yorkers, campaign down. So we're seeing a moment here where you have two political figures that are very much on the ends of the aisle, but are appearing to make an effort to work together. And I think that's what's so significant about this moment, especially in our politics today, where partisanship is so entrenched. And it is often hard to find people who are willing to work together. Now, it's important to say, we asked Mamdani again today if he really meant what he said, whether or not he was standing by that label, calling the president a fascist. He told me yes. And here's what he told me about how he prepared for this meeting.
Talk to me about how you deciphered his language.
You know, I approached this meeting thinking about what I heard from the voters. When I asked him why they did so last November, they told me the cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. Oftentimes in conversation between two politicians, the conversation rarely extends beyond either our conversation focused on New York City. And I think that is a point of shared focus, a point of shared admiration for the city that we both call home, and a city that is in danger of becoming a museum of where working people once were.
Omar, I also think it's important to point out that in the last 24 hours or so, we have heard from President Trump saying that he will only send the National Guard into New York City if New York City feels that it needs it. And that happened immediately after his meeting with Mamdani. We also asked the mayor-elect today whether or not he had gotten any sort of commitment from the president about not increasing immigration enforcement here in New York City in the way that they have done in other cities around the country. And while Mamdani said that he had not specifically gotten that commitment, he said that he was confident he would be able to sort of keep that enforcement at bay. We should point out that immigration enforcement here in the city has been taking place. We just have not seen sort of the large-scale enforcement that we have seen in other cities recently, most recently in Charlotte and in Chicago, where you've been. So that's where this sort of relationship and the conversation matters, because I think a test of this incoming Mamdani administration will be how he gets along with President Trump and whether or not he can, in fact, stand up to him.
And we'll see whether what seems to be like a friendly dynamic now changes once he actually takes office. Gloria Cosmino, appreciate the reporting as always. All right, still to come, the crisis developing for many immigrants as they skip doctors' offices
medication in it makes you
over fear
angry.
being targeted during recent
Makes you angry and hard. It makes you dig extra hard. They say it really just makes you hard. The whole body makes hard.
I'm Ben Wiedemann in Rome, and this is CNN.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
Hi, Leslie the Deal-Loving Llama here. I just got a great deal on new flooring. Lumber Liquidators has the top brands of flooring from Dream Home Laminate to Bellawood Exotics with the best warranties and an incredible price up to 60% less than others. Visit your local store or lumberliquidator.com. Worth the drive.
Get 70% off store-wide and Michael's Black Friday sale. Score epic deals on trees, decor, floral, and greenery. Plus, save big on creative things like yarn, frames, art supplies, jewelry, and more. Shop now in-store or at Michael's.
Yeah, because you're a sales rep, and you have 40 ampules. They're little ampules now, not those bottles, because when you use this liquid. Well, I have to check. Well, back when you have 40 each dish, you have 80 ampules. And 40 drippers, which you do 3 drops. Out of a dropper, I guess, but because one's full drop. One drop is 4 drops, so you can't use a dropper, you gotta use a pin dropper. I think I have 40 ampules of pin pricks. But you use another pin, but instead of dropping it, use the pin dropper and prick it. My hand is kind of wet. Around there, we prick it. That's it. It's called a transdermal subset.
The traditional deep furnish, deep furnish, deep furnish, furnish. I can't wait till we sell this house.
Homes.com, the place to find a place.
Eczema isn't the same for everyone, but fabulous. People with moderate to severe eczema can have real results, like skin that's still warm at one use. Don't use if you're allergic to Epilus. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Epilus. Before starting Epilus, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. Ask your
We all
doctor
hate
about what's with
all that.
Epilus.
Wow. You're playing fucking you're living over the long and again, that's sticky. Hurt them, don't have to. Now it's trying to nice them, and they hate that. Trick them. Now, we're tricking them again. They thought you were out cheating on them. He said, look, he left his phone there. Bro, I'm God. Look, fuck around the computer, man, guy. This is serious, because I'm going to be better than all you again, like I've always been. I'm a Ricky. Fuck all you. I am pretty Ricky. We gonna go hell. Yeah, Ricky, yeah. Fuck you, motherfucker. I'm the rickiest motherfucker. Ryan, bitch. Fuck everybody off. What's that mean? Man, I don't do shit. I don't want to do. Fuck everybody. I mean, they rapist is Ricky. Ricky shot. You can talk about Ricky shot. Jennifer shot. I know it is. It's my stuff to do it. I don't have it no more. I'm gonna celebrate the two things I always do. Everybody gets Ricky ass. Huh? I ain't no damn fucking video down. Hold that real. I already just decided. Ricky, you on your dick game. I love it. Oh, I'm singing game too. That's fucking good. Alright, I'm never fucking anybody's girl again. Ever. I don't adulterate. That stuff is crazy dumb. Hmm?
It's a performance issue, really. I know people push your buttons, but you still have to deliver.
Anything can change the world of work. ADP Assist is AI, informed by workplace data, and designed for the next anything.
Meet your new Dell PC with Intel inside. Not only is it a great holiday helper, it's a great
Alright, I'm gonna take an old ass. Cover yourself up. Always cover yourself up. Head guard, everything. I don't hear it. You're probably like 42 in it. Fuck you. I know what you is. I'm 42, 36, like you. That's good. I'm taking my power back. My birth certificate. The Taiwanese Air Force, they said, really, it's the Taiwanese government. Holds it. There's a whole lot of birth certificates. But the number fell in the basic session, like 04, I guess.
Affordability is now a
So, they hold stuff and good about it. I think NSA knows they're actually not good about it. And they gonna catch charge with you is in there deep. I like that. It's good. Taiwan. I want to say it was Taiwan. Should I remember I know about code 68439 that's Charlie. Look, Bravo on my ass, they know he's gonna lift that code right now. I'm sick of being burnt. I want my money and my birth certificate so I get more of my money. I work hard all day. I get a paycheck right now. I want it right now. Yes. Do I get it right now? Yes. Huh. How? Good fucking question. Look at this. That's how. Turn this off. Nope. Wife said. Right now. So. Yeah. Alright. I get Trump the fuck up out of here.
Jones is a three-time Trump voter, but she says he has simply failed to keep his promise to lower the cost of living.
I'm very let down by that. Very let down because I feel like it's only gotten worse.
Pennsylvania ranks highest among the states in terms of food inflation. Grocery prices here up more than 8% this past year. That is way above the national average. Housing costs are another piece of the affordability challenge. A one-bedroom apartment here in Bethlehem runs about $1,900 a month on average. That is up nearly 6% from last year.
Fuck you. You go ahead, motherfucker.
I'll tell the client, hey, we can get it cut a little shorter and the haircut will have a longer lifetime. Because I want them to feel like they're getting a service that will last longer so the money goes further.
She gets it because she does the tough math at home. Rent, food, childcare.
They're a lot higher. So I try to make wiser decisions and hope they make a difference.
Lots of politics around this table, but everyone agrees costs are up.
You.
Three. Corrals is another three-time Trump voter. When clients or co-workers grumble about costs, Corrals is patient.
8.
You know, like
But it hasn't happened yet.
not really. We don't really see it at the moment. Like I said, I think we have to give them some time.
Back in Bethlehem's heyday, this was its economic powerhouse, Bethlehem Steel. But the blast furnace here last fired 30 years ago, November 1995. A lot of change, but Bethlehem still matters.
Store?
This is Pennsylvania's
That has a lot of money. I love it. I think, honestly, it probably makes it work, doesn't it? It probably makes it work.
The last 5 presidential elections.
Why is that not
of the
just
32
100?
presidential elections dating back to 1900. Trump's win here in
What is
2020
this?
also helped flip his congressional district, Pennsylvania 7th, from blue to red. Now, the margin in that House race was just 4,000 votes. And so, with affordability as issue number one, Democrats have this district high on the target list as they try to retake the House in next year's midterms. John and Lisa Ronka on Cutter's Fight Show. Their teenage daughter rides competitively. Sometimes gets injured. They get their health insurance through the Obamacare exchange, and their renewal letter just came.
It's gonna be triple insurance, which basically double the cost of what we pay for a mortgage for our house. So that's why we can't keep that plan, to say the least.
Healthcare costs going up. Their profit margin already down. Why? Is this a trick question?
Every like 2 to 3 months we get
Okay.
letters from companies, you know, we got an increase, we'll have a 10% increase.
Man, that's a lot of
10%
money.
increase, and it just keeps escalating.
Sales tend to spike around Christmas, but they're worried this year.
20 new single speed kids bike was $250, which is still decently high. $100 just in the last couple months. So it's kind of tough. I don't know how many kids bikes bring in for Christmas, and who who's going to spend.
From $250 to $400 in a couple of months.
Yeah.
This year.
Yeah.
The Ronkas don't like Trump and tend to vote blue, but they did support moderate Republican Charlie Dent a few years back when he was the congressman.
And it's like I have no problem voting for either side if the person's good for the area.
But their stress this November shapes their early thoughts about next November.
Yeah, just this year, it's a big change.
He keeps saying that that's a myth, that prices are down.
This is Billy. I want to know what a Kayla rock is
Inflation's over.
right now. Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
So I'm decided to tell her. All right, fine. Everybody knows. Me and Billy are okay with that. No, Billy, I'm sorry for calling you bitch on national TV. 400 trillion people just only call you bitch about your name. I'm sorry for that. Please don't take it out on my ass tonight.
Frustration
Ever.
with prices.
Fucking ever about that life.
One of those places
Please.
tends to decide
Pretty
whether the country
please.
stays in
Yes.
force.
98 makes all the numbers better.
John King, CNN, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Explain it to me, please.
Thanks to John King, obviously affordability, top of mind for many folks.
Well, then why you keep on her?
Thanksgiving, and
No, why?
we cover Thanksgiving.
Said,
around
I said
also
though
joined
that
CNN for
$100,000,
Thanksgiving morning live coverage,
that's
the biggest
$50,000
parade across the
per
country.
pound
It's
and an eighth, 1/8 pounds.
appearances by the four tops. Brad
You
Page,
keep an eighth of a pound for yourself, which is just smart.
and more.
Now you got a pound for $50,000. Well,
Thanksgiving in America, live coverage starts.
that's good now that I think about it. That's fucking good.
This holiday, set the table with the best. From orchard-picked pears to curated gourmet gifts, Harry and David brings a legacy of flavor to every celebration. Make it a hand-picked holiday with Harry and David.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just one pill a day blocks heartburn before it comes. Prilosec OTC. One pill, zero heartburn, all good.
I wish I could just watch live sports at home for a great price.
Yeah.
Choose and customize your channel life. Or pause and watch for free. Explain why don't you do that?
Wish you were home turkey.
Go there. Usually, I think about 9 o'clock. No. I think ever. Please serve. Please play.
Very dry, tight,
I was telling you.
skin, relieve it in 60 seconds.
Got over 50 views. 50 views when I love you. That is.
Picked up when they drop their kid off at school or when they are on the way to the clinic. As you noted, 7% of the clinicians said that they're seeing ICE officials actually come into the clinic.
Yeah.
And so children are being kept at home.
You
They're not
are all very wrong.
and which also has
Instagram. I invited them to the chateau. Chateau is up the street. They said so in built something built like 40 years ago. Built 480 years ago. It was rehab 40 years ago, and they tried to get in and break into it 4 days ago, and they couldn't. They couldn't get the keys to the gates and stuff, and they were picked up. They were picked up around Chateau Fence 6, it's called. The police paperwork was Chateau Fence 8 in real life, and they tried to hem that up in court, which they're not going to happen because it's around here. But Chateau Fence 6 and Chateau Fence 8, either way, Chateau Fence 6 and Chateau Fence 8 are interconnected, so it's the same line of street. Just like when I crossed the street over there at that 2-degree splay, which is another thing they're trying to get them on, is they had nowhere to, no reason to arrest them, but they were scattered all about, running all over the street, which means they didn't do the 2-degree splay, so then they're jaywalking, which means if they're jaywalking with firearms, you're allowed to arrest them. It's the law. So they're arrestable. They're arrested. Everybody was arrested in Edinburgh, just like I said. I'll be in Edinburgh on the 12th. Pick you up in some sort of Fiat or something, whatever they give me. I don't know. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna rent a car. I got a driver's license. I can fuck it up. I got insurance, all the stuff. I'm gonna go up, do the thing. I'll be on the 12th to get you out of wherever you're at, or pick you up from Frankie the Colero. It's up the street for Chateau. It's the Chateau. It's too nice. I'll never get in. You guys will leave me for sure. You're like, we just staying here forever with his big dumb ass. I hate him. Make him wait. Something. I'll be like, it'll be like 4 more years or something to get through sexy ass. I already could tell. Won't have it. Say at the Colero or the Chateau if you really want it. Let me tell you. Just in case they're not in the jail and they got out of the jail. You know, they got whatever place they go. Fuck you, whoever you are talking about here. Who is this? This Perry? This is somebody trying to fuck you over and take your feedback, can now? Why is everybody trying to mess me over all the time? What does that even mean? Why? That's dumb. It's foolish what it is.
Yeah. Dr. Michelle has a valuable conversation there, but thank you so much for taking the time.
Yes, my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we'll be right back.
You said you're well.
Tonight on the stories that matter from Group 360 today on CNN.
Hi, Leslie the Loving Mama here. I just got a great deal on new flooring. Lumber Liquidators has the top range of flooring from Dream Home Laminate to Bellwood Exotics with the best warranties and an incredible price up to 60% less than others. Visit your local store or lumberliquidators.com.
Is this gonna work?
JP Morgan Wealth Management has powerful tools, research
Monster.
and single user banking and investing accounts right in the Chase mobile app. When you want to take control of your financial future, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
The holidays are all about giving, but the Ram Black Friday sales event is all about getting. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months. Get the strongest Ram 1500 ever. And get it all backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Nothing stops Ram. Don't let anything stop you from getting a great deal at the Ram Black Friday sales event. Right now, purchase this Ram 1500 and get 0% financing for 60 months. Or 5,500 cash miles on select 2026 Ram 1500 models in dealer inventory. And get a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty.
The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor tracks your glucose in real time. And over time, it can help lower your A1C. This is progress. Learn more and try for free at freestylelibre.us.
Sarah Benzino, Randy Foley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
Yeah, she sold the twins navy rings.
You know, like stadiums that kids are so expensive these days. Here it comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa. Or we can look at some investment options.
I just felt it.
Works for us. The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think. I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling. If you still have symptoms after trying Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq works differently. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. And even at the 3-year mark, many people felt this relief. Rinvoq can stop joint pain. And in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take it allergic or have an infection.
Unsettle it? Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq and take back what's yours. AbbVie can help you save it.
No.
We're standing up
Who is
for our
it?
right
Mary.
to
I don't know.
By sitting down.
advertising that because we work hard, we want to relax hard. We, the lazy, are taking back lazy.
On our lazy boy furniture.
Lazy boy. Long live the lazy.
Meet Go Dogs, the fastest food truck around. Meet Mylanta tonight. It's faster and makes heartburn after dinner history. It works on contact with a soothing honey chamomile flavor. Mylanta, faster than heartburn.
You know your choices matter. And getting it right starts with good information. When it comes to what your family eats and drinks, we know you're the expert. Because you know what fits your life. That's why America's beverage companies are sharing more information about our ingredients.
Which is an NIH
Because when it's time
surplus
to decide what
facility
goes
that
on your
I've
table,
been before.
you know facts are the first ingredient. Visit goodtoknowfacts.org.
Does your home need a quick holiday
Looking for
refresh? Right now at Estes and Sons,
Those
you'll
muscles
find the
also.
perfect area run for an easy update to beautify your home for the holidays. Shop our unmatched selection, including inspired designs by Kerastane.
There's the other place I can go.
Inviting you to visit one of our showrooms to see one of the largest
It's not
selections
really
of
ring
area
trans.
and
I don't know. Well, there's a
Estes
building.
and Sons has a design, color, and size
Here,
you
it's
want
just
at
at
affordable
Philly
prices.
Square.
Estes and Sons, local
There's
family
a
owned
vault
and
right
operated
there.
for over
The
80
access from
years.
here. But there's only one way in and out. There's this tunnel right here. You guessed it. Hold on. There's this way, this way, this way, this way. A long time. And then
In the past week, the eyes of
this
investors
way
around the world
to there,
were anxiously focused on
which is
one
the
thing.
back
Chip
behind
Baker
Bill
and
Bateman's.
the world's most valuable company reported its quarterly
Which I'm
earnings,
trying to
and
do
they were
the other
huge,
day, but
up
I'm
60%
not going there. I did not go
last
there
year.
anymore.
Now,
And they were like, you know,
leadership
I said, yeah, I'm
expects
going
at
to
least
train. I don't go there anymore.
$500 billion
And I
in
don't
chip
go
sales
there.
by the end of next year.
I
That
left. And they were like,
skyrocketing
you?
growth, though, is just one of the factors
Oh, I'm
raising
scared. No, I'm
fears
not. I
in
just
the
know where I
trade.
go. I don't go there.
Anna Kubin wants us
If you
through
go
the
there, that's where you go.
odds
I don't
in
go. I
AI.
suggest you don't go there.
So the question of
Really,
whether
like,
we're in
you already
an
went
AI
there.
bubble and is
You
it
shouldn't
going
do
to
that.
pop? It's
And
a
now we know
difficult
that.
one. We don't yet know, but there are a few indications that might
What happened
help us
on the
answer
train
this
now? Huh?
question. So take a look
Fuck
here. You've
you.
got
Mhm.
CapEx spending by four of the
I'll
big
do that.
hitters. You've got Amazon,
No,
Alphabet,
mhm.
Microsoft, Meta. Now,
Sure,
CapEx
no.
is just a
Left
fancy
us.
way of saying companies spending on physical stuff.
Currently, they're like on the train going to here, but then they go back and forth to here, and then here, back and forth, and back to here. They're trying to dig a tunnel this way. They got halfway, but they can't get anymore because they don't have any more fuel for it. They need those propane torches and stuff.
That is up to around
Well, they used them all, fucking stuff up.
And we have an estimate.
So they can't get to them. Well, here, there's an access tunnel
It's expected
right
that
here that the police don't know
total
about.
global
That goes down
spending
here
on
and
data
over
centers
that they don't know
will
about.
supersede that.
It also goes over here, but now they know about that. You go up 2 feet, over 1 foot, 1 foot squared, 3'11", breakthrough, right there, breakthrough. Breakthrough right more. Yup, right. Now it goes straight, there's a gun in your face, isn't it? They know about the tunnel. They know about the tunnel. They think this is where the dope is. It's not where the dope is, it's where my women are.
It's all a little bit cozy. You know, you can imagine
There you go.
one company has very bad results or disappointing results. Investors head for the exit, not only with that company, but other companies too, because their financial fates are seen to be tied together.
Yes.
And then here we've got the S&P 500 price to earnings ratio. Now, a high PTE sometimes can be an indication that a stock is overvalued. Not always, but
excuse me.
all the way back to the late 90s, the dot-com bubble, which did then burst, it then popped. We are now approaching the levels we saw around that period of history. It doesn't mean we're in a bubble. It doesn't mean it's going to pop. But yet again, it's another indication that's worrying investors.
That kid's right here coming up with the police, or the actual police.
A really big chunk of
The
the
Duke police are over here in this
its
bubble,
value is
bubble
made
ring,
up of
dying.
tech
Cut
companies
off
that are
both sides of it on
spending
purpose.
big on AI.
This is for water. That's
And
cut
then
off.
lastly, you've got
Hydrogen
Nvidia,
is
one of the
awful.
darlings of the AI
This has been
world,
walled off as well with
$5
junk. That's why no one can get in. This train is actually going back. It's around some mistakes. And it jumped out right here. The jump out boys. And there's 3 people in there that I got love. And they're not going to get out because they should have stayed on the other side and went out with the police. So now they're going to turn around and go here and break through. The police are breaking through already because they've been warned about it. There's a crawl over. Everybody's going to get out okay. And it's still walled off right here. Just keep the evil vermin. The evil vermin will see the wall. They can't break through. It's a 3-block wall. Take them 10 minutes to break through each section unless they learn a train. It takes them 5 minutes. Either way, they're not turning around blocking this wall, which is a mistake. Luna's still over there at the train trying to get her bag out because the train's wrecked. They can't get the bag out, so leave the bag. Luna's now moving to the wall. The wall's not finished. Luna's climbing over the wall. Say, hey, I'm still in here. Hey, Luna's still in there. Luna's in there yet. Where the train is. No, the other way, the Kachana way. Yep, I got it. He said it's 6 people over there, not giving a fuck. They're like, we are breaking this way and killing these motherfuckers to here. And they don't go there. Well, it's going to go. What? Right, we're leaving. Yeah, they're going to leave that way. Yeah, they're trapped in there because they broke through that. These people came up and reclosed that. They're like, alright, now you're trapped in there. Now what? So, they found out with the confusion mazes. Well, what also happened was over here, Hanover, where all hell's cut loose right now because they're out their fucking minds losing it. There's something called the theater. Well, inside there's 1, 2, 3, and 4 water domes. They call them water beds. Well, they're tunnels. And they put 1, 2, 3, 4 people in there. Men, women, children. Don't matter. Animals sometimes. This has a woman, a man, and a child in it right now, waiting to get asshole fucked by somebody because you need a condom to do pussy fucking. That's $2,000. And the butthole's $1,000. Most people just take the butthole and take the pussy anyhow. They don't care. They just do that anyway. And they know about it, don't know about it. Like, we see it, do it, kill it. Well, here, these people are like just dropping as they go in now. Is the setup. Well, these people don't exist. This one's gone, dead. That one's alive over there. That one's gone, dead. This one's alive. Right here, killing people coming in. Honestly, so, that's good for him. Yeah, so over here is not going so well. It's gunshots. It's gunfire happening, which is these people trying to break through to kill these people. These people trying to go this way to get out or kill these people because these people don't like each other at all. So this is like a big shoot box in there. It is not well. This is not well at all.
See, demons come into trauma. They come into the trauma in your life. I was beaten up as a child.
We'll have to fight all our lives because Satan's always going to come against us. We're infected by the demons.
Omar, a lot of folks told us that they feel unseen or unsupported elsewhere, and that's where this gets a bit complicated.
Success. Those people broke back through, got stuck there. Those people are stuck. Those people got like right there and died in the shoot box. There's 6 individuals were shooting that way, 6 shooting that way. These people are done, tired of being chased. And they're like, we just want to leave, please. We know who we are. Please just leave. We're hostages. You're hostages? Yeah, we'll move. Alright, it's just like, now they're walking. And so these people trying to shoot up, it's actually working because it's thinner on the roof because they used to scratch at the roof, tools and stuff, just in case. Just in case, we're going to go that way. We pay somebody to break it down. Well, here, they're just doing it all the time when they're random. We need to break this up. We break that roof. I mean, in case we get stuck in there. Up. You say that. It's a good idea. Fuck you for good ideas. Which one you came up with that? Here, Buck was like, look, I always come up with the good ideas for you because you're mine. Everybody knows that around here. You fuck me for everything here now. She said, honestly, I needed that from one of you, and you are the fucking least stupid one, I think. I've had the rest of them. What do you think about that? Fucking one longer. Honestly, I hate that from you. That means I'm keeping it. Except for Jake. I've always had Jake. I hate you. I'm keeping Jake more. You never get out of my pussy. There's no deserve it. And I hate that because I thought you were stupid dumber. Ha! What the hell is that? Stupid dumber. That's gonna be on live. And just, that's on there. What's going on here is they're trying to distract each other. Because one of them caught my wife trying to go back for that Luna's bag. And I was like, no, we're leaving. He was like, we need that bag. It had our money in it. How are we going to get home? And Luna was like, I have the bag. Look at my bag here. She had a different bag that had the money in it. And her mom was like, all right. By that time, those people broke to the top and came back around. Well, this is what's actually happening on News 8, I think. and it's in Philadelphia, so I'm not gonna get it here. Well, they don't like these people, and these people don't like them. They like these people more. These people want to take them and take them away. Well, they don't want anything to do with that because police are shooting down here. These people that we are stuck in the middle of this dumbness, they are going to go over here. These people they know, those people are going to take them over here. Cop shop again. So these people are going to still not go over there. They're staying right there, all four of them now. Are frozen in fear right there because they hear us talking about what's going to happen. These people are leaving all except for one. Bucker Stucker is smart. He's now leaving again too. He was thinking about going over. Stop. You four stay right there. Those four are going to follow him and shoot him. They thought, but really, they're trying to go subdue them because they think they're badass. They're trying to walk in, these people, and they're going to stand here and kiss and hug and make up. That's what they're thinking about doing. That's what they're doing. They put on a show. It's Buck Stucker's ex-fiance, Jenna Lawrence, and Buckley Stuckley himself. Not Jenna Lawrence is going back over here. Buck Stucker trying to follow him. He kicked him nuts and falls and runs that way. They said really rolls over and dies and rolls around. Goes that way, and then he gets up, walks his way, and gets shot and falls over. And that's what happened. And this lady got sick of being a stupid bitch and walked over here. These four said, "Why don't you stop me?" I said, "Look, we tried to, a bunch of Jake. She was right. You said, fuck you." Shot his Buck again because look, we shoot people here. She tries to shoot herself. Don't shoot herself yet. Stop. Everybody stop. You're killing yourself. Bad. Those four are actually in this hospital over here called Bellevue Medical Center. If you want to check on their whereabouts, I appreciate that. Get back to me. That's fine. I guess. Check on their whereabouts. I'll let you go see them. I hope. There's also 40,000 million people
that he believes
about
that Trump's team is listening
wanted to
to
hear that.
his officials. But it's worth noting that any deal still is going to require sign off from President Trump, from
Thank
President Zelensky, as well as Russia. And that is going
Also
to
another
be the final and most significant obstacle there. Rubio
trillion.
was asked about the president's comments and turn of change of mind earlier today. Listen.
I'm telling you, today was the most productive day we've had. Well, today, and we've talked to him since, I think he's quite pleased at the reports we've given him about the amount of progress that's been made.
Now, top administration officials, including Rubio and Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, along with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, were participating in these talks. But there was another notable name that was part of this delegation, and that is Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law.
Never don't change. That's the truth. That's a fact. Yeah. It'll never change. 98,000 to 100,000. That's what would never change. 98,000 to 100,000. That's easy. 98,000 Caleb block, 100,000 Caleb block. That's simple. Simple math. I like that. It's easy. It's good math. $2,000 more dollars. I like that too. It's extra good.
Congressman, thank you so much for being here with us on this Sunday. We appreciate it. Betsy, just going through the latest there. Good to see you. On these talks in Switzerland about Ukraine, which have been described as constructive and productive, I'm curious what you think about this plan being the basis for ending the war and your thoughts on what we're hearing out of those meetings.
Well, my thoughts is that this is not a peace plan, it's a surrender plan. I think that if you look at those 28 points of which was laid out earlier this last week, it basically gives Russia more than Russia would have asked for. And if the president says that this war would have never started if he was the president, it is because he would have given Russia everything they wanted from the very beginning and assisted them in getting it, because that's exactly what he's doing now. He's forcing Ukraine to surrender and giving Russia everything that they wanted before they went to war. So yeah, quite naturally, there would not have been a war, because he would have given them all the territory they wanted. He would have made sure that Ukraine did not have a military, have a military equipment and military the strength that it has. They would have made sure there was no security guarantees. They could never join NATO. Those are all the things that Putin wanted when he went into the war. So this is just a surrender, giving everything to Vladimir Putin that makes him the absolute victim of his illegal and death-giving incursion into Ukraine.
And the administration has said, essentially, look, they're trying to end this war. Everybody's going to have to give something here to get this ended. What would you, Congressman, say is the response to that? What is a better plan than what's happening right now?
But I would ask you one thing that Russia's getting. What's one thing that Russia's getting? How is Russia getting
Caught me on Journey, didn't it?
at all?
He could come here on Journey, yeah, so I didn't
Give one thing, the children, those are thousands of children that
I never really changed.
that's not
Oh, I
it.
have to think about it.
The sanctions that should have been on Russia for its oil and what it's been doing and selling it illegally, that hasn't been happening. Tell me one thing, just one, that Russia is giving up. They're giving up absolutely nothing. It is a complete surrender. You know, if this had happened in World War II, it wouldn't have been a Churchill victory. It would have been a Chamberlain moment. And that's where we are right now. And history will record it. This is devastating if this goes through. As Zelensky said last week, he's putting me in a situation where either I surrender or our biggest supporter, and the one that we relied upon, moves away. And I think it also hurts us with our European allies. Because if we do this to Ukraine, then what does that mean to the rest of NATO? Because that means Putin can continue to go wherever he wants, knowing that the United States of America may not have their back.
We heard from several senators yesterday at a security conference. They said the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, told them this plan was Russia's, in their words, wish list and not reflective of the White House's position. Rubio has since denied this. This is Republican Senator Mike Brown. Let's just listen to what he said.
What he told us was that this was not the American proposal. This was a proposal which was received by someone who has identified and they believe to be representing Russia in this proposal. It was given to Mr. Woodcock. We don't know among ourselves right now whether there was further questioning or any modifications that were done at that time. Any other suggestions along that line?
Again, that's Republican Senator Mike Brown saying that last night. The Secretary of State denied that and said that's not the case. But Congressman, there was some confusion. There was obviously something was lost in translation between those parties. Do you feel like the administration needs to explain more about its approach here?
To work for them. Yes.
Because not one of our European allies was on this. You know, I just met with some last week who were very concerned about this administration and what they were doing and how they were doing it. Ukraine was a part of it. It seems to me if this was going to be a fair negotiation to end the war, others, our European allies and definitely Ukraine should have been a part of it. But it seems as though just what the senator said, this was something that was negotiated only between the United States and Russia. That's it. And you don't get a peace conversation in that regard, in that way. So it seems to me this is absolutely weakness by appeasement and not peace strength. It is unbelievable to me that we will get to this point where it will devastate Ukraine, but I will also predict it will hurt us with our European allies for now and for many years to come. They will not be able to depend upon America. There is something with the President of the United States and Vladimir Putin, as we saw too long ago. He welcomed Vladimir Putin to America with a red carpet arrival, and yet in the White House berated President Zelensky. It just shows you that there is something that I believe that maybe the Russian president has on President Trump. Maybe it's letting him build more hotels or whatever in Russia, but this is an absolute surrender. It is not a negotiation for peace. It is a surrender. If in fact this goes through the 28 points that the president has.
I want to ask you about another issue because you're one in a group of House Democrats that's introduced this measure that would stop the Trump administration from conducting strikes on alleged drug votes without congressional approval. Senate Democrats, they've tried and failed in their chamber. The Republicans also control your chamber. Realistically, will this go anywhere in a Republican-controlled House?
Well, look, yes, I think that we're talking in a bipartisan way with my war powers bill that we've introduced, because we know that the war powers belongs to the United States Congress, not the President of the United States. It is illegal what the President is doing now in the Caribbean and in the Pacific Ocean. he's after drugs coming out of Venezuela, when we know that the drugs that he is talking about, fentanyl, is not in Venezuela, as well as, cocaine is not grown in Venezuela. There's no due process, and it's causing us again to lose credibility with our allies. Already, we've heard where the UK is not going to share intelligence with us in the region. And we have always had the opportunity to share intelligence and work collectively with our friends and our allies. And it seems that this administration chooses to work with those who are our adversaries, not those who are our allies. It is a dangerous situation, that will play itself out, not just now, but down the road. And it will take decades to reverse. And that's why this president needs to stop now, and the Congress, the United States Congress, needs to institute its power and not allow President Trump to be the de facto speaker. Because unfortunately, anytime we put these bills up for a vote on the floor, the Speaker, Johnson, prevents a vote because he knows overwhelmingly it would pass by Democrats and Republicans. And Donald Trump, the de facto speaker, will tell them, do whatever you can to prevent a vote on the House floor.
I'm going to do this right here. I reckon you fucking know about this. That is what stuff he's talking about. You guys take advantage of it, which is hot. He fucking hates that. That's why she won't come to him. She's broken and she knows it. And he is like a little brain. You're busted. But IntuiTalk says stop talking about it. I'm embarrassed about it. Well, I'm not frustrated and be dead about it. I think about it. What you gonna do? There you go. Take that gun from Merrick and beat him in the face with it. Don't kiss him. Beat him in the face with it. Don't shoot him either. It'll make the lights go off. That'll get dim. Not in emergency mode, which is fine. The plane's gonna fly better actually. These people up front are gonna get out because they think it's gonna fly by itself. In which case you're gonna put one foot in your face because you know how to fly that plane. That's why you learn. This is like this. So please do not think there's someone else talking. Look at the pictures of look, it is me talking. Please go do all that stuff right now. This is 26. Please do that, 18. Thank you. You're welcome. Talk like that all the time. 26. Yeah, that's right. Everything's good now. Where's it going? Yes.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins.
Oh, whatever, baby. The prison lunch place only open for lunch. I learned that. Lunch place only open for lunch. I know that lunch place. Oh, boy. Oh, man, fucking sore.
7 years next month. Thanks to the hard work.
I want Paycom command-driven AI.
Christine found the D-Furnish feature on homes.com.
D-Furnish? Furnish.
The place to find a place. When you live with diabetes, progress is having your coffee when you like it, without an argument. The Freestyle Elite 3+ sensor tracks your glucose in real time, so everyone else doesn't have to. And over time, it can help lower your A1C. Confident choices for more control of your life. This is progress. Learn more and try for free at freestylelibre.us. You know what's all good? Zero hunger. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just 1 pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts. Prilosec OTC. 1 pill, zero heartburn. All good.
Welcome to the future of energy. No less, no measure. Just bar quality cocktails at the future of fun.
Scared, I can tell. It's okay, we're gonna be alright. Powerful, and then fun. In time, you know the changes come in there.
Every innovation started as an idea. From your smartphone to the tools that let you discover the next great show. IntuiTalk drive those innovations. Powers inventors to keep inventing.
I know I'm talking. Oh, wow. I'm fucking. I'm good. You idiot. I know better. Little crazy. I love it though. Alright. Boom, got shot in the fucking face. I think it's Pretty Ricky. Pretty Ricky wants to be Pretty Ricky again. Ricky Lano. Ricky. I always deal with Ricky. I don't know who I am. I know exactly who I am. Christ himself.
Lowe's Caption brought to you by
Right.
Skechers washable
And
hands-free
Ricky
soap.
knows the fuck about who Christ is. That man. I made a lot of apps here lately. I was in jail. I made a fuss out of some applications. Man, I did that for myself. I was working, man. I'm not earning. I made like 4,000 lines of code while I was in jail. I had a fuss. I used a programmer set. Man, I did that.
Quote, I'm not running for president and never said I wanted to and have only laughed about it when getting
That's hard. That's a lot of coding. I had my crown on and everything. Man, I did a good job. She hates all that stuff. Rape victim too. My second time she's out. He's a raper. She's a rape victim. Marjorie Green was like, fuck this. I timed her out for hating him. He was like, I hate you too anyways. Green, I raped you all these times. Marjorie Green's like, fuck you. I bet Barbara talked about this too. How about? And then it came out and she's like, I ain't playing this shit no more. She popped her right in the fucking face and she ran away. That's the end of the story. So Marjorie Green hit the punch. Donald Trump Jr. in the fucking face. Bah! Cracking where they at. Good story. It's a proper story. There you go right there. Stuff on it too. Good. Look like Marjorie Green. Marjorie Green look like me. That's your sister. My sister raw. Everybody say. Did you ask her about the time she hit Donald Trump Jr.? Oh, well, whatever it is. Let's switch your names around. I don't know. She hit one of them good. Cracked right in the face. Turned around, ran away, got caught by another one. Kicked him, square in the dick. Said, but here's the little guy. It makes sense to push him away. Here was some short guy, I don't know. And what you call? Plinker. 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 Who the fuck Plinker is? Figure something. No, he ain't. Didn't wait Marjorie Green run away, not my son.
To not only be on the
So
opposite
his job.
side,
Well, he did a bad job.
to
It's a bad job.
people like her who are constantly fanning the flames of hate.
Sounds like an awful job. You see the average why I had to do the job? Some job, yeah. Why are you doing that job? It's cold in here.
And now with her leaving office,
Kitchen
it
coach.
has more lawmakers wondering what's going to happen next. Especially when there's some Democratic lawmakers that saw her as a potential being an ally on key issues that lawmakers are going to address in the upcoming years. All right, Camilla, thank you so much for that. And here to talk more about this with us, Democratic strategist Megan Hayes and Republican strategist T.W. O'Reilly. Good to see both of you. Happy Sunday night to you. T.W., let's
I'm not going
start
outside
with you.
next week.
Watch the show play out with Mark.
Except we get food. No carrera, pero hay personas.
Not running for president.
I know.
Anyone might
It's
say.
crazy.
What does it say to you that we've seen this happen, and that it really kind of happened in a kind of short amount of time?
Yeah, well, first, I actually kind of think it's a bit of a savvy move. First of all, I don't think it's unusual for someone to say president. That's not unusual at all. But look, this was smart. Margaret Taylor Greene is still quite popular among the MAGA base. And even if she did win a primary against a Trump-funded opponent, she'd come out of that pretty damaged. Not only that, if she said, I would
What's up?
But
Not
some flexibility, some breathing room. She could launch a podcast. She can still be outspoken about issues that matter and keep her brand more in
change on the team. You get slow, email, everything. I'm just call it Ricky Rocks. Ricky Roxy. Call it Ricky Roxy. As soon as my internet comes up, I'm like, look, I'll probably hook it up on my phone right now. Watch. No fucking watch. I'm not suitable for the job. I used to fuck with your old lady. I hate that about this. I hate that for us. I'm never gonna fuck with him again. I did 6 times yesterday. That's not true. You did 0 times ever in your life. That's fact, fiction, pulp about it. I'm making this damn email. I want to hear this stuff. You can send a little bottle email right now. I want to hear it. I ain't give any. I got 3 emails I can give away. I'm keeping one because I'm keeping one. I don't know. Sell drugs probably. That's what I'd do with it. Which thing? Website is just good. Website. We don't even have to set up but I know that's what IntuiTalk is saying. I look at IntuiTalk, that's why they want to say and stuff. I said, I already know that. Tell them what my site is.
Between the Ukrainians and the U.S. and then moving that forward actually protect the Russians. But we'll see
already clear that's your site. Right. And this is just well, they change it. That's just the money system. It's no copyright. You can't change my site. My site copyright. It's amazing. My site.
Yeah, for sure. And that's one of the key things that I think is good.
I haven't found the right button. It's a hard button to find, but I already cleared with the FCC, the FAA, the EPG, and anything else. You can fucking say you cleared this with it, but frankly, I cleared mine with brown towel. That's why I stuck on my site because I bought Rick's over that because they were going to try to hold it against it. They owned it IntuiTalk. Proverb, they call it, but really, that was Tony trying to say he owned IntuiTalk, period, and you didn't go along with it all. You set him up. If he fell for his dumb stuff, he's dumb. He made a card like mine. I just copied everything he does. And I'm gonna steal our stuff. Watch. Man, I bet you get an address. How many for me? Nah. Man, I'm trying to stuff. I just bought and told you, fuck him. I hate you. Except both of them. And then he zosed them, and they woke up in his bed, tied up. And they've been here. They've been tied up. And well, they were just released like 20 seconds ago, frankly, due to overlap misstep of who Tony Hammond was and who Jake was and about his websites and who and what. Excuse me. Now this guy, 146 car live stream, 17 on live stream all the time, not Tony Hammond. Tony Hammond's a hunk of shit trash. It's like I fucking said. Kill that fucking bastard hunk of shit trash. I don't care. I call him a bastard. I call him a bastard every time he's a bastard. His mom wasn't his mother. His mother died in childbirth. Frankly, he qualifies as being a bastard son. He is a bastard son. And he acts like a bastard son acts.
And that was the game changer at for the first part of this war. So what the Russians have done is they've played catch up, and that has had a major impact. It, for example, forced the Ukrainians out of the Kursk region of Russia, they occupied a small portion of that territory. And it's also been pretty clear that when you look at some of the more detailed areas in the Donbass region, and Donetsk specifically around Pokrovsk, you see that drones have been a key element of this, and what the Russians have done is they've used technology to
No, that's an emergency job. It's probably currently an emergency job for the other client.
And that means they can't.
It's such a job with me. I'm just kind of fine on my own. Talking to the guys in IntuiTalk system, you know, probably. That's what I said. It's Sony, they're gonna buy that. That's good. It's true. That's why Sony's gonna buy it. I understand. I know what I'm talking about. Oh, that's good. I think that's good. Yeah. All right, goodbye. We're gonna go well. I don't know what I remember. Hey, I move up. That is good. I'm one of the richest people in the world. I never knew that about myself. Oh, I'm gonna do numbers to fuck everybody off. I don't even know what that means. It means everybody gonna fuck off. Okay, how about you? I love that for myself. I ain't funny. The fun number's gone too. I got like 2 bottles of Hims though. I'm good to go. You said, how many goes to 3? I only go through 3. There's one on your bed. I didn't put that on my bed. No, I was going to go 4-1. Wow. Back in the line, huh? Went for 3 Hims. It was a setup move to see if you do it. And not like, oh, yeah. You did it. You know what happened? Pissing mad. Really? You're up now. Wow. I understand the question. Did you back off? No. been horny. I didn't have anything to go off of. I just wanted.
I've heard all this fancy improvements since we're passing up the logo. But go down here,
It's just weird what I hated it.
It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
When investing
I
needs
did hate it for myself.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has powerful tools, research from expert analysts, and single view of your banking and investing accounts right in the Chase Mobile app. When you want to take control of your financial future, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just one pill a day blocks heartburn before it happens. Prilosec OTC. One pill, zero heartburn. All good.
Like a farmer's dog, our fresh food plans give dogs good health and great hair.
Greg trusts Prevagen for his brain, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I live in Wilmington, Illinois. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try.
Trump helped him
I
do it on
want to tell
purpose.
people
Just
like
because
myself, I've been taking Prevagen for 8 years now, and it's still helping me tremendously.
Prevagen has been the number one second brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years.
Have protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection online with NordVPN. Save 77% and get 3 months extra.
Our right to reproductive health care is being stolen from us.
I can't believe this is the world we live in, where we're losing the freedom to control our own bodies.
We need your support now more than ever. Go online, call, or scan this code with your $19 monthly gift, and we'll send you this care no matter what t-shirt.
It is your right to have safe health care. That's it.
Go online, call, or scan right now.
Okay, man. You need to take Renaissance sore throat. Vapor Trust. It's sore throat relief with the Retro Fix Vapors.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapor Drops.
We are Grocery Outlet and we are your Bargain Bliss Market. What's Bargain Bliss? Prices are too high, but Grocery Outlet has many brands you love for way, way less. That's Bargain Bliss. This Thanksgiving, budgets are stretched tight, so we're giving back with extreme value pricing. Just $5.99 for a Jenny O 14 to 16 pound turkey when you spend $50. This offer ends November 27th while supplies last only at Grocery Outlet, your extreme value pricing holiday headquarters.
There was a time I didn't think I'd make it out. Every day was about survival. But the day I was ready to get help for my addiction, everything changed. I found recovery, I found purpose. If you're at the edge, I've been there. And there's hope on the other side. Get help now. Taxpayer dollars.
When was the last full exorcism that you carried out? 2 days ago?
David Culver explores the rise of exorcisms across Christian faiths.
Can't get violent with it. So yeah, some of them have to be held down.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper tonight at 8 on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Closed captioning brought to you by mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
New tonight out of Lebanon, Israel is saying it killed Hezbollah's second most senior leader during airstrikes on the southern Beirut. According to Israel's military, the airstrikes, which are the first in months on Lebanon's capital city, targeted Hezbollah's chief of staff. Lebanese officials say 5 people were killed, 20 injured. CNN international diplomat editor Nick Robertson has the latest of this now from Jerusalem. Nick.
Yeah, Haitham Ali Tabatabai was the number 2 in Hezbollah. The chief of staff, Israeli officials said that he had the blood of both Israelis and Americans on his hands, that he had been a special forces commander training forces in Syria, training them in Yemen as well. But what we've heard from the Prime Minister's office here is a very clear message that they believe that Hezbollah is trying to regroup itself, and we've seen an uptick in the number of Israeli airstrikes on Hezbollah positions, or what the IDF says are Hezbollah positions in the south of Lebanon over the last few days and recent weeks. And it's sort of significant because the ceasefire agreement that was made between Israel and Lebanon almost a year ago called for Hezbollah to disarm and get out of the border region. But what Israel is indicating is that Hezbollah is sort of set up back in that region. So the decision clearly taken to go after this non-Palestinian Hezbollah and striking in the suburbs of Beirut, hitting a multi-story building in the southern suburbs, hitting it with a direct precision strike, the Israelis say, sort of on the 4th or 5th floor of this apartment building. As you say, 5 people killed, 28 according to Lebanese officials injured in that. But Israel's Prime Minister coming down very clearly and indicating that this may not be the last strike.
The policy I'm leading is absolutely clear. Under my leadership, the state of Israel will not allow Hezbollah to rebuild its power, and will not allow it to once again pose a threat to the state of Israel.
So the Lebanese president has called on the international community to do more to pressure Israel to curb its attacks here. Similarly, in the south of Israel, in Gaza, to the south of Israel, Hamas calling on the international community to do the same there with the IDF, with Israel, to push them to cut back on strikes, increasing strikes in Gaza as well. In the past 24 hours, more than 20 people killed, according to Hamas officials in the past, according to health officials inside of Gaza in the past 24 hours, and many others injured as well.
All right, Nick Robertson, IntuiTalk Force, thank you so much for that. Just days after a surprisingly good meeting with President Trump in Delaware, New York City Mayor Lawrence Valley says he still believes that the president is a fascist. We're going to dig deeper into this interesting relationship between these two leaders. Up next, stay with us here at the CNN.
Now streaming exclusively on the CNN app.
Get Neffy, the only epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions. Now available through a free virtual visit at getneffy.com. Use it for signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure. If you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include discomfort and make runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. Book a hassle-free virtual visit at getneffy.com today and pay as little as $0 for Neffy.
The Tempur-Pedic Adapt mattress was designed to create symptoms of a thing of the past because only Tempur material eases your pressure points when no other mattress can. Now save up to $500 on select adjustable mattress sets, $50 off select pillow sets.
Meet Missy. She's a creditor. She doesn't know that missing a monthly payment can send her credit report for up to 10 years. Now, if you like missed payment, learn how to avoid the records at creditrecords.com.
World Champions Cup, USA versus Europe versus International, featuring champions tour players from all over the world. Competition will be tense, feet will be kind. Skechers World Champions Cup is December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, and the 7th on ABC.
Listen, our key growing with diabetes, boss us around. The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor sends your number straight to your phone. With the proper steps, you can do diabetes your way, and over time, you can bring down your A1C. This is progress.
Sarah Benzino. Brand new only. Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call her? I don't mean Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
Yeah, she sold the twins name.
Yeah, like they tested. It's so expensive these days.
Oasis Greens and Inspired.
That's your tower.
You just
What's your go? Looks like I need a lawnmower or something. Yeah, fix the garden.
Number one, pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement. Take your business from launch to legend.
Somebody. That's open too. He's got a car in the driveway. There's no car in the driveway. He's not. Wasn't a car. Unless somebody. Unless you guys are there. Doing the bad thing. Index on the green. That's not a bad idea.
Right now, play your limited mobile line included for a year with your Xfinity Internet. Xfinity, Internet.
After a lifetime in the jewelry business, Gary Bond is retiring and Garrett Jr.'s retirement sale is in progress. Saving 60% off store wide. Nothing held back. All furniture, all colored souvenirs, all silver jewelry, all pearls, all diamond bracelets, every finished piece is up to 60% off. Gary and Devin are saying thank you, Hanover, for all the years of support. Join us for the ultimate celebration. Garrett Jr.'s retirement sale is in progress. Saving 60% off before we sell out. Eichel Burger Street, Hanover.
You're in the CNN News from Michael and Jessica Dean here in New York. Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene shutting down speculation about her future political ambitions, at least for the moment, at least right now. Greene posting on social media, "I'm not running for president, and never said I wanted to, and have only laughed about it when anyone would mention it." Today's post coming after Greene announced on Friday she is resigning from her House seat in January. CNN Capitol Hill reporter Camila Gonzalez is joining us now. So walk us through how we got here. Not the first time someone was saying they're not running for president. Many years out from that presidential election. But walk us through what we're learning tonight.
Well, that's right, Jessica. This all started Friday night when Marjorie Taylor Greene put out a statement, and then a video was announcing that she was no longer going to serve in Congress starting effective in January. A lot of the things that she cited was one that she kind of pushed was part of the bipartisan effort to release all the Jeffrey Epstein files, and she often in the last few months became very critical of President Trump, often saying that he's spending a little bit too much time focusing on his foreign policy agenda and not enough about focusing on the issues that are affecting Americans here in this country. Now, part of her statement, she acknowledged that being a part of this bipartisan effort to release all the Jeffrey Epstein files just even further the tension between her and the president, and that really kind of played this contributing factor. She also noted that she was receiving a lot of threats, not just to herself, but also her son was receiving threats just in light after President Trump called her a traitor. And so all these small incremental things really became a big head to a boiling point, and really that led to her decision to announce that she was retiring from Congress.
Reactions he's been getting.
Well, Jessica, just since her resignation announcement, a lot of lawmakers, especially across the aisle, have really weighed in on this, and some Democrats say that they're just not quite sure what to make of her decision, but they noted that they were often counting on her in the upcoming deal to try to find a solution to around these enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies. As you know, that was part of the issue of why the government shutdown lasted for so long, and even other Democrats went as far as praising Greene for helping them push further release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. And even in her resignation, that was very similar.
There you go. Pull up now. Straight now. Forward. 2 degrees. 3 degrees. 4 degrees. There you go. Flat now. Flat now. I'm going to see it. I'm going to around the edge. Sort of brush it on. Push it. Push it. Push it. Come on. Push it. Push it. Come on. Push it. Push it. Come on. Oh gosh, you got it right out the way. Push it. Go. Too much. Go back a little bit. So
You're on the other side of the president for 1 week, and you can't take the heat. Imagine what it is to sit in my shoes, to not only be on the opposite side of him, but to have people like her who are constantly fanning the flames of hate.
Now, Jessica, that was part of what I've heard from other Democratic lawmakers, really just talking about, on the other end, Marty Taylor Greene was known as being a very polarizing figure on Capitol Hill, and it is worth noting that last week, she even went as far as a Republican lawmaker to apologize, saying that she was no longer going to use that toxic rhetoric, and now that she's leaving office, it really does have some lawmakers wondering what is next, because some Democratic lawmakers did see her as potentially being an ally on Capitol Hill, just from the fact of how she was voting in the last few weeks and moving forward on how they're going to address some key issues in the upcoming weeks.
All right, a lot there. Camilla, thank you so much for that. Today, New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani is addressing that moment after his friendly meeting with President Trump in the Oval Office, where one reporter asked Mamdani about his past comments on Trump.
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay, you can just say. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining.
Just to be very clear, do you think that President Trump is a fascist?
And after President Trump said that, I said yes. And
So you do?
and that's something I've said in the past, I say it today, and I think what I appreciated about the conversation that I had with the president was that we were not shy about the places of disagreement about the politics that has brought us to this moment.
CNN's Roy Pasmino is joining us now on this. And Roy, you actually spoke with the mayor-elect this morning. What's he telling you?
Yeah, Jessica, I can tell you that a lot of Mamdani's supporters, people here in New York, some of his allies, looked at the comments on Meet the Press this morning and they were frankly shocked that he doubled down on that term for the president and that he was not shying away from the criticism that he's had for the president before. Zohran Mamdani often tries to cast political disagreements as strengths rather than weaknesses, and that's what he was doing there. He said that he disagrees with the president. He talked about how their politics are very different, but he wants to be able to work with him because he knows he has to in order to help deliver on his agenda here in New York City when he takes office on January 1st, the affordability agenda that he ran on and that so many people here in New York City supported him on. He told me a little bit more about what they talked about. He told me that during that Oval Office meeting, which lasted nearly an hour, they talked about real estate and zoning code here in New York City. And while that might sound a little bit boring to the average person, the reality is that that is a subject matter that Donald Trump cares and knows about. And Zohran Mamdani was using it to sort of explain to him and talk about the fact that it's very difficult to build housing here in New York City, and that is a key part of his agenda. So they talked about that. They talked about Con Edison and potentially bringing down the rates for people here in New York City. And they talked about immigration. And while Zohran Mamdani did not exactly get a promise from the president that he would not deploy National Guard troops here into New York City, we saw that the president yesterday said that he would only do it if New York City felt that it needed. Let's take a listen to Zohran Mamdani telling you about how he gets here. That
Talk to me about how you deciphered his language.
I approached this meeting thinking about what I heard from the owners who voted for the president. And when I asked them why they did so last November, they told me the cost of living, cost of living. Oftentimes, in conversation between politicians, the conversation rarely extends beyond either of them. Our conversation focused on New York City. And I think that is a point of shared focus and shared admiration for a city that we both call home, and a city that is in danger of becoming a museum of war.
Ma'am, I told you I kept it
Jessica,
all.
immigration was also on the agenda. Mamdani joined us earlier today. He said that he talked to the president about enforcement and about how the city's sanctuary city status prevents it from cooperating with law enforcement. Immigration enforcement, so we will see what happens, the relationship of these three officers would start, we will see if anything changes once Mamdani takes office on January 1st.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio emerging from meeting with Ukraine today, sounding optimistic, saying negotiators could reach a deal.
Honestly, Sue might be around, so I'm still gonna do it, but I hate that for her, she's gonna take that as, go ahead and talk to somebody, bullshit, it's not, she actually knows it's not.
Diplomacy has been activated, which is good, very good. We expect that the results will be the right step. The first priority is reliable peace, guaranteed security,
respect for our people, respect for everyone who gave their lives to defend the safety and destiny of Russia.
Betsy Klein is live at the White House tonight. Betsy, this is obviously moving very quickly. There has been that deadline of Thanksgiving. Now it sounds like maybe there is some wiggle room on that. What more are you learning as we're getting readouts from this talk? Well, Jessica, there's certainly some cautious optimism here at the White House.
Oh, I can't. It's a thing going. I can't actually. That for him. What are you talking about?
But now we are learning that there is
Start a poll. It's Mr. Fickleton amazing.
And just after 9 o'clock this morning, President Trump was
You know.
out in Ukraine. He said in
This
a
house
post to
fucking
social
mine.
media, quote, Ukraine
Mr.
leadership has expressed zero gratitude for our efforts. And then just
Frickleson.
hours later, Secretary of State
F-R-I-C-K-L, my bad. L-E-S-O. Mr. Frickleson.
indicating that they had resolved
Yeah,
some
start
of
poll.
the ongoing sticking points.
Dude, Mr.
He
Frickleson.
said that at the core of these discussions,
Whatever,
this
Frickleson.
28-point
I changed it
peace
for
plan,
time.
which Rubio really described as a living, breathing document after that plan had received some bipartisan pushback here in Washington. Some of the provisions, according to
I got like 60 message board changes.
including Kyiv ceding territory to Russia, giving up any
How many you
options
use?
to join
Give
NATO,
me
as
some
well
motion.
as
What's that? How many you bar? How many? What's Sandy? I'm my bad. Puss it around. How many message board changes you got left? Fuck. You said. Really? Like that? How many? How many? I got 58 message board changes left. Now you put spam in my ass. So I was doing a poll. Look at the poll. Look at the YouTube poll. You know Mr. Ferguson? Ask some questions about that life. Do you know Mr. Ferguson or not? Everybody want to know. There's a poll out. Everybody want to know. Now we're taking polls. Everybody want to know. I'm not trying to play a song and said I got a poll. Whatever. I mean, you're fucking gameplay, motherfucker. I hate that about you. I already was ready and I don't get any dick.
Today, and we've talked to him since, I think he's quite pleased at the reports we've given him about.
He's like, I can work with this. There's a poll.
Now,
Fuck
Rubio
that.
was joined by
Right here,
Special
too.
Envoy Steve
Right here,
Witkoff,
wait for
along with
the-
U.S. Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, and there was another notable name in the U.S. delegation, and that was the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Kushner is not a member of the Trump administration, but he has been tasked with negotiating some of the thornier foreign policy issues for the president. We'll see how this plays out in the days to come, Jessica. All right, that's fine with the very news from the White House. Thank you for that. Still ahead here this evening, President Trump called it seditious acts. Now, they're receiving death threats. The latest on that group of lawmakers all over the veterans who reminded certain senators of their duty for individual supporters. Plus, we now know who told the CDC to change its website to contradict its own guidance about vaccines and autism. And later, our team goes behind the scenes with one of the largest domestic airlines as they prepare for an expected record-breaking travel week during the season.
Antivirus is just a half protection online. Grab NordVPN's Black Friday deal and protect yourself better from online threats. Save 77% and get 3 months extra.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s. Get started at Noom.com.
When I started walking dog,
I was like, my last 40 years.
GoDaddy Hero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for goggles for their noggins.
Sacramento, San Francisco, Glendale.
We handcraft every Stearns & Foster using finest materials like indulgent and ultra-conforming userings for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort. $70 to $900 on selected.
That's all California I've been in like the last 46 years.
The deal loving mama here. I can't go deal loving Florida liquidators because the top from 3 home laminate with the best warranties. We'll price it up to 60% less than others. Lumberliquidator.com. Worth the drive.
Yeah, 10 flats out. I swear the 10 flats out. I was doing 90 to 60 and got it from the other side. I couldn't freaking way that point. I was like, oh no. I stayed way low. I slowed way down and got me. Got it from the 10. Back to 70.
When you want gifts to express appreciation, choose handpicked holiday treasures from Harry and David. Iconically American, crafted with joy, and made to share for generations.
Warning. Cough, congestion.
I'm done.
So try new kickstart severe congestion and cough.
Meet Go Dogs, the fastest food truck around. Meet my pizza tonight. It's faster and makes heartburn after dinner history. It works on contact with a soothing honey chamomile flavor. My pizza, faster than heartburn.
For gentle, dependable constipation relief, try Seneca. It works differently than other laxatives because it's made from the Seneca, a natural vegetable laxative ingredient. Gentle, dependable, Seneca. Also available in great tasting gummies and soft chews.
Our healthcare is being stolen. If 200 Planned Parenthood health centers are forced to close, Gina's cancer goes undetected, Tati can't get birth control, Jake misses STI testing. We can't let this happen. Millions depend on Planned Parenthood health centers for care. Go online, call, or scan the code on your screen to donate $19 a month, and we'll send you this Care No Matter What t-shirt. Act now to save their care and yours.
On the team, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. USA versus Europe versus International. Featuring champions tour players from all over the world. Competition will be tense. Heat will be coming. Skechers World Champions Cup. December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus. And
Every fucking time that
Brandon Cole, Slotsky Auto Body, LLC.
I got it. Look, Mr. First two.
Oasis Foods and Spa.
Honeymoons aren't as absurd.
I got like 58
We got a classic ride.
I didn't say fuck you. I didn't even say that. I said I got like 58. I said 59.
Take it out on the biggest night of the
I said 2 boards left because I
year.
really
Harbor Freight.
drop out.
Free Black Friday
Nah.
is key.
Somebody tried to put me on and say that. You could
At Great Coast Lodge, there's excitement in every slot. Adventures waiting to begin, and dance parties every night. So bring your pack together and book your stay now and save up to 40%.
Arthritis causes pain and joints. Unlike pills,
What a game.
Terry gel is applied at the site of pain, penetrating deep through the skin to the joint, reducing intense pain caused by inflammation so you can move more freely. Altair, clinically proven long-lasting arthritis pain relief.
Okay.
President Donald Trump continuing to target a handful of Democratic lawmakers, all veterans who appeared in a video reminding service members they can issue illegal orders. Trump posting this late last night, writing, quote, "The traitors that told the military to disobey my orders should be in jail right now. It was sedition at the highest level, and sedition is a legal crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said." Yesterday, I spoke with one of the lawmakers in that video, Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander. Here's what she told me. I served under 3 presidents and under 6 secretaries of defense. One of them was Secretary of Defense Esper, who stood up and spoke clearly to the president when he suggested an unlawful order like shooting on peaceful protesters. He stepped up and he spoke clearly when the president was suggesting he might invoke the Insurrection Act to send American troops to American cities. We don't have a Secretary of Defense who is standing up in the way that Secretary Esper did. 5 of the lawmakers in that video, including Goodlander, have said they received bomb threats next to their wives after Trump initially accused them of that seditious behavior, punishable by death. Democratic strategist Chuck Rocha and CNN political commentator and Republican strategist Michael Singleton are both joining us now. It is good to see both of you on this Sunday night. Thanks for being here. Michael, I'll start first with you. Trump is accusing these lawmakers of sedition. He said in his own words it's punishable by death. He didn't double down on that posting again last night. Meanwhile, former Proud Boy leader Enrique Tarrio was convicted of the actual seditious conspiracy following his role in January 6, 2021. And Trump wanted to pardon all of the January 6 rioters, including him. So I'm curious what you think his message is to the country here when it comes to sedition and who's betraying this country.
Get Bucky Stucky.
Look, honestly,
Stop
I
it.
think people
Go to the job. Come on.
calls-
Marionettes forever go. Everybody. Marionettes forever go. I know where they want it.
We don't need any more political violence.
Everybody just chill fuck out. Marionettes forever. This guy's marionette forever right now. Look at him going.
That aside, with all due respect to those lawmakers, and we certainly thank them for their service to our country, They have done the very thing that they've accused Donald Trump of doing many times, and that is to politicize, in this instance, the chain of command. If they want to weaken Trump politically, there are a slew of issues that I think Democrats could talk about. Democrats effectively won 2 governor's seats in Virginia, my state, and New Jersey, and Mondani's success in New York. It wasn't because of topics like this, Jessica. It was because of the cost of living. It was because of affordability. And so politically, as a strategist, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, I don't understand what type of electoral gains or dividends you would even gain out of this type or line of messaging by going after the president in this way. So it just doesn't make sense. This isn't effective to me. But again, I'm going to be clear.
Just in case. Just in case. My coat too. I got some of my coat. Everything I can expect.
I think what these lawmakers were doing was trying to remind the folks who serve in uniform that they tried to come to the Constitution, not to a king, not to a president. I understand the chain of order, and Sir Michael Brown got that. But in the first round of Trump's presidency, I'll remind everybody, there was a lot of people who stood up to him and said, look, this may not be lawful. Constitution says we can't do these things, and you need to be reminded of that. I think that's what they were trying to accomplish with this stuff.
And do you think that was like a word, and Sir Michael kind of points out, I think Sir Michael, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it sounds like what you're saying is that they were kind of doing this in a way that was somewhat antagonistic or kind of like poking at the bear. I don't know, Chuck, what do you think about that?
Well, it is that the Democrats are talking about affordability. Just like Sir Michael said, there's a reason why we split every county where everyone went to. If we're not talking about
Billy Eilish's ass.
either choice or democracy. You know, some people are sick and tired.
No, you're Mr. Fiddles.
Some folks that are sick and tired.
What are you talking about? I got to pull out everything. I'm trying to find this guy. I gave him my search for Roger. I'm trying to find this guy.
Because I think now that we're past these elections, people are starting to get ready for that. Sir Michael, it is interesting.
I'll tell you, I'm going to France to find it. Chateau de Juan. I think he's at Chateau de Juan.
On the Hill with
That's
the
right, Ron.
Republicans who are all, in the House, they're all going to have to obviously run again in less than a year. And at some point, they're going to have to deal with and choose. Do you stay fully aligned with the president, hoping then that he will support you, but also knowing that if you live in one of those swing districts, you're not distinguishing
Right there, that's good. I keep that. I like that. It's good.
Or do they break with him and risk his ire?
Think about it.
What is your sense of where these Republican members are right now, and what we're seeing, the dynamic we're seeing
It's just fucking how you say that.
in the year of 2026?
I'm not pretending to be the other guy. I hate how to tell you. Ricky Rocks. Oh, Ricky Rocks. What's up, Ricky? You're going to take that one video down and talk about Ricky. It's on him right now. Full party. Now, inside the bitches. That. Ha! You so bitch. You hot. Don't supply us, motherfucker.
The president who wants to see his agenda.
Yeah, I took a bath about 3 years ago, honestly. I don't even know for a long time.
Is that we have to begin to focus on cost of living. We have to start talking about affordability. We have to start talking about housing. The president came up with an interesting idea, the 50-year mortgages. I have my critiques about that. But what it does showcase is that the president recognizes that voters are saying, hey, we supported you, we gave
We got charges? Yeah, charges in every fucking state.
Democrats didn't deliver 4 years under Biden Harris. Can we do it? We haven't necessarily gotten there as quickly as I think we wanted to, as quickly as the president thought we wanted to. And so we're slowly starting to turn the key on that. I think, and some Republicans have criticized the president about meeting with Mondani, but I think if you can figure out some way to address affordability for those progressives who, by the way, those Bernie Sanders voters, they are very similar to Trump voters. If you can deliver for some of them, then the message for Republicans is we can deliver for anybody. And so if Democrats want to focus on the things that we just talked about a couple minutes ago, go for it. Give Republicans an opportunity to recalibrate and focus on the things that really matter to everyday people.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting,
Chuck, because as Shermichael's talking about that, when we watched Mamdani in the White House, obviously that, I think it took everybody by surprise exactly how that played out. But there is this idea of the crossover between, it appears that people are voting for anyone. They don't necessarily care where, what side they're on. It's about, can we help make my life more affordable? And to your point, Chuck, that seems to be where Democrats want to be, which is driving home. We can make your life more affordable.
Exactly right. And there's a group of folks that are on the far left that are going to vote for any Democrat, or on the far right that's going to vote for any Republican. It's those folks in the middle who kind of feel left behind. Donald Trump has done something very unique. He's brought new people into the electorate just a year ago because they were frustrated. Those same people did not show up to vote just 2 weeks ago.
Can we that song for that?
So you saw a dramatic shift, not only with Latino voters, but with men voters.
Ricky Rock's probably alright. Seems like you're alright. Not man crazy. Good. Which is crazy. Stylist of the year, 2025. Trying to save lives, I guess. It's good. Would you not mind the paperwork? Yeah, don't kill him. You got good paperwork out. We get the paperwork out right now through and do a live IntuiTalk facilitate the device. I got this. It's important I said that. I don't fuck with it. You know what I'm fucking with? Good. Alright.
Sure, Michael and Chuck, it's great to see you. Really appreciate your time today.
He's alright.
Yeah, enjoy it. Happy Thanksgiving to you guys. Still to come, tremendous progress. There's some optimism from U.S. officials following their meeting with the trade today. So now what? We'll discuss that next.
Thanksgiving in America. Live coverage starts at 8 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call her? Oh, yeah, she sold the twins' name rights.
Yeah, stadiums do. Very lucrative.
Oasis Breeze and Spa.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
On the team, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. USA versus Europe versus International. Featuring champions tour players from all over the world. Competition will be tense. Feet will be healthy. Skechers World Champions Cup. December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus. And the 7th on ABC.
On the 12th day of winter, the deep red to me. Right now, during the Jeep Black Friday sales event, Walk policies can use the 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport Pass gas model for $359 a month. For a purchase and get no monthly payments for 90 days.
When you've got a classic ride, you need tools you trust. Whether you drive it every day or only take it out on the biggest night of the year, count on Harbor Freight. Early Black Friday is here.
You'll love this for you. It's the Sleep Number Black Friday sale. Recharge this season with a bundle of cozy, soothing comfort that adjusts to you through all of life's changes. Only the Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Meet Angelina. She's a credit record. She doesn't know that canceling all her credit cards when they're paid off can decrease the length of her history. Don't be like Angelina. Learn how to avoid the records at creditrecords.com. Credit one back for what's ahead. Ah, boy. Huh? Congestion?
One and done. Use the next Kickstarter.
Headache? Better.
Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart severe congestion and cough.
When you're on Medicare and managing diabetes with insulin, progress is having your coffee like you like it.
Vote for what?
Without insulin. The freestyle sensors track your glucose in real time, so everyone else doesn't have to. It's the number one CGM prescribed in Medicare.
I was trying to do something else. I don't really mind.
This is progress.
56.
Calm down.
56 is way early. This stuff is incredible. What's going on here is incredible. technology is weird. Yes. Now it goes like that. There's a lot of technology is talking about. Serious.
That's why we're
56, 26, 26.
5-year price guarantee. Only from Xfinity. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Hi, it's Olga. And this is Oscar. After feeding him dusty kibble for a while, I was like, this is not real food. It just smells so burnt and then
Big computer.
What's in this stuff? We tried, but
Crashing stuff into it to make good, but if I'm running stuff to crash into it, to be honest with you. I'm gonna stop crashing stuff into it real soon.
most importantly, he's at a healthier weight. He's much more playful. He's able to help with ever. And you guys get out there. And of course, he loves the box too.
Which camera am I looking at?
Anthony Bourdain's Prime Cuts digs deep into the parts unknown archives.
I don't believe that is stuff that we never heard before.
Anthony Bourdain Parts Unknown Prime Cuts.
That's not here. That's a lot of messages.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Ducora, effective ingredient so you can get your life back.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Ducora.
The peace of mind of
Try today. Ducora.com.
Man, that's good for you. I'm so proud of you. You broke the chains of bondage, didn't you? You know, Nathan, yeah, David Ainson,
Energies from the sunshine and smoke coming from the front
all
building
these
and
people
crowded
say so
part
bad.
of the Capitol. According to Israel, the airstrikes, the first in months on southern Beirut, targeted Hezbollah's chief of staff. The Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, speaking a short time ago.
The policy I'm leading is absolutely clear. Under my leadership, the state of Israel will not allow Hezbollah to rebuild its power and will not allow it to once again pose a threat to the state of Israel.
According to the Lebanese health ministry, 5 people were killed and 28 injured in the attack. Hezbollah has not yet publicly commented on that strike. Also new tonight, Europe is offering a counter-proposal to the White House's plan to end Russia's war on Ukraine. One of the key changes is a softening of the language around restricting NATO in Europe. And this comes after hours-long meetings between U.S. and Ukrainian officials today in Geneva. We are joined now by senior contributor and CNN Moscow bureau chief Joe Doherty. Joe, nice to see you. Let's talk a little bit about what we've heard from these talks today, starting with Europe. Do they have the leverage they need to get the changes they want to this peace plan?
Well, I mean, they are toughening it up. There are a lot of examples of that where, the phrasing, there was an expectation, for example, in that the original 28 points, an expectation that Russia would not invade its neighbors. And you can see how wide hole you could punch in that. So they're trying to toughen it up. And one major point is the size of the Ukrainian army that would be allowed. In the 48-point proposal, it's around 600,000, and in this, it's 800,000, which gets closer to what it is now. But really, I think it boils down to what does Donald Trump do? He has set a deadline of Thanksgiving. So is there actually a deadline? Because he himself has admitted he's had many deadlines that have been extended. And then the other thing is, this is a take it or leave it proposal that, or a plan that the United States has. And right now,
That was from a walkthrough. I didn't know that guy. What are you talking about? Oh, no. Hey, that work? Like, no, oh man, I've never been done. Yeah. Oh, I need to stop. I stay turning that stuff off. I need that to stop.
And the U.S. recognition of Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk as de facto Russian territory. What do you think about if Russia will make a deal without that? Because that's something they've been very adamant about. Very adamant about.
Yes, but I think you have to say, what kind of recognition? Is it de facto, admitting, yes, this is the case, but legally, de jure, it is not. There are different ways that you can do this diplomatically and legally. So I think Russia, at this point, I was watching the Russian media, let's say this morning U.S. time, and they seem to be crowing. They're very happy about what's going on. And then things change during the day. Now the Europeans are in there. Now there could be the expectation that this 28-point plan could change. So now you're getting a little bit of concern coming from the Kremlin, or actually, I should say Russian media, which reflect the Kremlin position about how this could change. So, even though it's just a few days until Thursday, a lot can change. I mean, this is a very rapidly changing situation. And ultimately, I think it's really two men at this point. Donald Trump, does he stick with this really, I can't change it, although he said he could, but there's still a deadline. And then Zelensky, and does he go along with it to a certain extent? Or does he reject it outright, which I doubt he would do? Perhaps he'll play for time and say, I'll negotiate. It's really hard to say. It's very fast moving, obviously.
Yeah, and there is the good piece of this, which you know so well. This current plan would also allow Russia to act in the world economy and in G8. And you have to think that boosts Putin and his power.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the original 28 points, it looked more like a business deal than a peace deal, at least in my opinion. Because a lot of it said, kind of like bygones be bygones. So if Russia behaves itself, and there was really no concrete demand that Russia do this or that. It was kind of like an expectation. But if Russia did what is expected, then they could go back and, as you said, to the G8. They could have trade and new deals to cooperate with the United States on all sorts of levels. This seemed pretty unrealistic. Again, we're at the point where there were so few details in the original agreement and so little teeth in it to force Russia to do something. Now we have to see whether Zelensky, who's been pretty successful so far in kind of getting out of tight situations, can he really, at this critical moment, make a decision to then make the right decision that will preserve the sovereignty of Ukraine, and also we have to say, security in Europe. This is it goes way beyond Ukraine, even at this point.
Bill Doherty, great to have you. Thank you so much for your thoughts on this. We appreciate it.
Well, agreed.
And still ahead, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. doubling down on his anti-vaccine.
Rich Rocks is an asshole, frankly. He's not exonerated of all sins. You can all kiss his ass, his whole ass. He doesn't fuss my wives, ever. I don't think any more needs to be said, person. Maybe I'm wrong.
And that reproductive health care is health care. Then donate to Planned Parenthood and put your values into action. Efforts to shut us down have already put 200 health centers at risk of closing. Go online, call or scan this code to donate $13 a month right now. And we'll send you this care no matter what t-shirt. This is the time to show up for your values before it's too late. Go online, call or scan this code.
Actually, I consolidated my debt with SoFi and Mrs. asked me this anytime. Okay, first question. How much debt did you have? A lot. About $45,000. Your new rate better than the old? Yes. My rate dropped significantly, which helped lower my monthly payments.
Consolidate your debt with a SoFi personal loan. Get a low fixed rate, no fees required, and funding as soon as the same day you sign. SoFi, get your money right.
From our orchards in Oregon to your holiday table, Perry and David delivers a legacy of gourmet excellence. Our prepared meals, fine wines, are all crafted to elevate any celebration.
That somebody's just hot. What the fuck is that about? That's something nerdy there. Oh, you know what? Let's plug it in. I want to plug it. I'm not plugging it. It's like charging and running. I don't know. Like it's fun. Maybe. Zero, Mr. Ferguson. Fuck. How is that? Right now? Just from that thing. It says don't start. I hate this. I'm sure about that later.
Excuse me, Neds. 3,000 This is exchange boards. Spam.
Meet Go Dogs, the fastest food truck around. Meet my assist. It's faster and makes heartburn after dinner history. It works on contact with a soothing honey chamomile flavor. My Anta, faster than heartburn.
This is the best holiday meal ever.
Okay, I get it. I'm all cooking good.
Yes. Hard to carve a turkey when it's in flames.
I like my skin a little crispy.
If you're carving, we're starving.
You know that that oven is finished.
Still yours.
Every day. Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
It's time for Shopify. Design with easy to customize themes. Sell everywhere people shop. And never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
At Great Wolf Lodge, there's excitement in every slide. Adventures waiting to begin, and dance parties every night. So bring your pack together and book your stay now and save up to 40%.
Hi, Leslie, the deal-loving llama here. I just got a great deal on new flooring. Lumber Liquidators has the top kinds of flooring from 3-month laminate to Bellwood Exotics with the best warranties and at incredible prices, up to 60% less than others. Visit your local store or lumberliquidator.com. Worth the drive.
From meeting for coffee
Make it over
to meeting the family. At Credit One Bank, we believe having your credit and rewards for the little moments today can lead to even bigger ones tomorrow. Credit One Bank, for what's ahead.
This is
App protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection online.
Save 77%. Hate crimes. It's vanity for selling a bunch of stuff I wasn't supposed to sell already. What is it? Cuddles, Eugene Barber. No. You check this. Battling you. Fucking railroad and you didn't know it per se. I mean, they told me I didn't know per se. I know the German, he's a shrew. I know that. Dennis is a cold-hearted bastard. Frankly, say the bastard part of it. Don't hate people. I won. I win. I win.
1 year, 12,000 mile comprehensive limited warranty and the 7-year, 100,000 mile powertrain limited warranty. So you can be confident that Toyota has you.
We know you win both of us. We win together. All three. Our tribes. Our tribes now. Yours. Our tribes now.
For the next meeting along with you. For the next time to catch up.
Hey, hello, Rockers, and everything, all the time. That's what we call you. And kill people like that. You can't. I already unlocked it. I shut it down.
The biggest it's from coast to coast. John Burton, Eric, and Sarah Seidner host Thanksgiving in America.
I'm hungry. You have money in your pocket? If you have money in your pocket, please talk to me like that. But come on over, because I'm hungry. Please.
Thanksgiving travel period in 15 years with 2 trips each day for flights. So, who's going to be watching all these trips? We're trying to make sure we get there. Sam's P1 team, that's what the Southwest Airlines
This is Mission Control for your Thanksgiving trip. From stores to software snacks.
We'll keep you updated as status changes.
300 workers here inside Southwest Airlines Network Operations Control in Dallas are diving headfirst into the biggest travel rush of the year. Justin Laban is coming with on the bridge and reporting to him are about a dozen different divisions citizens on the floor, all monitoring everything from crew
Of
schedules
course.
to space launches.
I had to
to
change boards and
800
my house.
airlines moving.
I was on the board, I had to change boards, and how many, I only had the board. Yeah, fuck you. Alright, I
Thanksgiving is
remember.
this team's latest
Long
job
time.
after the government shutdown forced Southwest
Okay.
to cancel hundreds of flights a day. Andrew Watterson is Southwest's chief operating officer.
We need to have those.
Southwest says
Alright.
even still,
I know
83%
that.
of its flights arrive
But
on
who
time,
on
a
her?
testament to improvements it made after its massive scheduled meltdown in 2022.
Technology, we have better staffing, good decision making, and so we're able to handle this large scale event very well.
They knew it coming to court, but tried to deny it. Full time, tried to deny it. So they're trying to deny this live stream.
Still pretty young, and the airline still has about
I'm about to
25
chat one.
flights left to complete
It's
for
a
the
chat one,
entire
you can
day.
see.
On the biggest days of the Thanksgiving rush, that's like moving the population of Minneapolis.
That's our goal is to complete the schedule.
Steve West heads the command center and showed me the scope of the work that goes on here. On this day, teams are monitoring bad weather coming for Las Vegas and Phoenix, both major bases for the airline. The goal here is to maintain what's called A30, that's getting flights to their destinations no more than 30 minutes late.
Yeah, this, both of us do. I'm with the cat and the dog, and my dog, and my cat. I said the orange cat, fuck you. Orange cat. I remember orange cat. I had a glide pop. We went to my homeboy Ricky Rock's rock up. We used to be going to Fennec, you know, Platana pop. Wait till you get the Platana pop back from Volcano. You'll see about Ricky. Then,
Pete Montine, CNN, Dallas.
For smooth sailing. Thanks so much.
you've done that.
Voting is underway for the
No, it doesn't hold the auto bluegrass all year.
and while you cast your vote, which is unanimous, past Phoenix heroes.
We'll make the bluegrass bags on bluegrass.
This is our 2016 hero, Sherry Franklin.
Sinaloa, that's a Sinaloa product, don't you?
Thousands of
It's
senior
exclusive.
dogs.
It's a good lollipop.
Anderson Cooper has hers.
Right, just for that.
We're watching these bulldogs that are last weeks in a cold, hard, loud shelter. Made me realize that we need to give these dogs an opportunity to get the love and to give the love that they still have left.
Sherry Franklin's passion for senior dogs inspired her to found Buckville in 2007. A rescue dedicated to saving older dogs.
Okay. Just received them. Lollipop receipts. Lollipop receipts. Oh, I
Because
have
he's getting
We
adopted.
need lollipop receipts. Purchase that.
And he needs you to hug. So they've changed people's lives with their gratitude, with their tenderness.
She was recognized as a CNN hero in 2016, an honor she credited with giving senior dogs a voice and helping her expand her mission.
Thanks to the exposure and the credibility, we have been able to save over 13,500 senior dogs at Rockville. We've even opened a whole new community center here in San Francisco.
Buckville's new 18,000 square foot facility is a thoughtfully designed cage-free shelter. Every detail supports senior dogs, from acoustic floors that absorb sound to ramps and soft surfaces. And all furniture is donated or secondhand.
We wanted to make something really different. We wanted to make something that people would enjoy coming to, not the scary animal shelter that you're used to. A place where dogs can also relax and enjoy. Our adoptions are through the roof, our dogs are happy, and all the humans that are in our community are also just thrilled to be a part of this.
So sweet. To learn more and to vote for the season here of the year, you can go to CNNheroes.com. Still on our next hour here tonight, it'll be the first true test of airport operations since the government shutdown ended. We've got tips on what to expect as you plan to fly for the Thanksgiving holiday here in the community.
CNN Heroes, Onward and Upward, brought to you by Humana, proud sponsor of CNN Heroes for 15 years. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
At Humana, we believe your healthcare should evolve with you, and part of that evolution solution means choosing the right Medicare plan for you. Humana can help. Hi, my name is Sam Davis, and I'm going to tell you about Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans that can provide more coverage than original Medicare, including prescription drug coverage, all wrapped up into one convenient plan. With original Medicare, you're covered for hospital stays and doctor office visits, but you have to meet a deductible for each, and then you're still responsible for 20% of the costs. Next, let's look at Medicare supplement plans. If a service is covered under original Medicare, then a Medicare supplement plan pays for some or all of your Medicare deductibles and the 20% co-insurance, but they may have higher monthly premiums and no prescription drug coverage. Humana Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans include medical coverage, plus prescription drug coverage,
with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, vision coverage that includes vision exams and a yearly allowance toward eyewear, and hearing benefits that include routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. You can get $0 copays for in-network preventive services like primary care visits, mammograms, and prostate exams. And there's worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. Plus, Humana also offers Medicare Advantage plans. Plans have $0 or low monthly plan premiums, and there's a cap on route. To see if Humana plans are available in your area, simply call the number on the screen or visit our website. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th, so call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Tempur-Pedic designed the Earth Smart to help you fall asleep. Calm your mind every night. Save up to $500 in $50 off select pillow sets.
When I started multi-jogging goggle glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But what Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content. Like the rules, though, your goggles ain't goggles. They don't belong with goggles.
What's the secret to detail? Going micro with Loom. Micro habits, micro wins, even micro dose GLP-1s.
Micro? I can do micro.
Get started at noom.com.
The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor tracks your glucose in real time. And over time, it can help lower your A1C. This is progress. Learn more and try for free at Freestyle Libre at Vest.
Did you take your vitamins?
That's my job.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand. At Planet Fitness, there's a number of ways to get strong, and they all add up to one membership. The Planet Fitness Black Card. Access any location, bring a friend anytime, and recover at Black Card Spa. Learn more, everybody. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Nate.
The best new cars make the best used cars. And your Toyota dealer is the place to find a high-quality certified used vehicle that comes with a factory-backed 1-year, 12,000-mile comprehensive limited warranty and a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. So you can be confident that Toyota has you covered. Visit ToyotaCertified.com to shop local listings. Right now, take advantage of special APR financing rates on select certified models. Toyota, let's go places.
At Planet Fitness, there's a number of ways to get strong, and they all add up to one membership. The Planet Fitness Black Card. Access any location, bring a friend anytime, and recover at Black Card Spa. Learn more, everybody. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. Thursday morning, join CNN for live coverage of the biggest parades from coast to
This boy says the readers right here. When they're serious. But they don't do a recent board like this. They got the other board in like that board in the back. It's holding from that board to like that. We need no board. I lost all the boards.
Here in the CNN Newsroom, hi everyone, I'm Jessica Dean here in New York. And News Tonight,
There's nobody in the night. No one it seems. Nobody that is. No one that belongs.
The White House tonight saying Ukrainians will
Seems.
current
You out of your fucking mind talking to that.
security. Secretary of State Marco Rubio
things.
meeting with Ukrainian officials today, sounding optimistic, touting what he called tremendous progress in talks, providing little detail when asked if Ukraine was willing to make major concessions to Russia. Let's bring in CNN senior White House reporter Betsy Klein. Betsy, we are hearing from the Trump administration just moments ago a little bit more. What are they saying? Well, Jessica, there's some cautious optimism here at the White House after President Trump had set that Thursday deadline for Ukraine to accept this peace proposal or risk U.S. support for Ukraine going forward. But he did suggest that there is some flexibility as diplomacy is now picking back up. It was just after 9 o'clock this morning that the president was lashing out at Ukraine for repeating some familiar refrains that they were not being grateful enough. The Secretary of State Marco Rubio emerging from those high-stakes talks in Geneva with Ukrainian officials, and he indicated that some of the final sticking points had been resolved. And the crux of what's being discussed here is this 28-point peace plan. Rubio has called this a living, breathing document, and it had prompted some bipartisan criticism that it was too soft on Russia. Among those provisions that were in an earlier draft circulated to CNN, Kyiv ceding territory to Russia, giving them many ambitions to join NATO, as well as limiting the size of its army. And there have been many concerns from Ukraine. But Rubio says that many of these outstanding issues have now been resolved. Zelensky saying in a video that he believes that the Trump administration is listening to Ukraine. But I want to read to you from a readout from the White House of this meeting. They say, quote, the Ukrainian delegation affirmed that all of their principal concerns, security guarantees, long-term economic development, infrastructure protection, freedom of navigation, political sovereignty were thoroughly addressed during the meeting. They expressed appreciation for the structured approach taken to incorporate their feedback into each component of the emerging settlement framework.
Shoebox right here, but we took note where it was, I believe. Ever walked that way anymore. We're here. One of my daughters is you. Her son came to come and sit here. She tried to get him to That's great. She's throwing up.
Now it's worth noting that President Trump has to sign off on any proposed deal along with President Zelensky of Ukraine, as well as Russia, and that could be a final major obstacle. Secretary Rubio said that Russia has to sign off on this in order for it to work. Jessica. All right, that's it with the very latest from the White House.
Sprinkle some. Some, yeah.
After he surprised the friendly visit at the White House Friday, New York City Mayor Ron Mondani says today he is not backing down on his critical view of President Trump. Just to be very clear, do you think that President Trump is a fascist?
And after President Trump said that, I said yes. And
So you do?
And that's something that I've said in the past, I say it today, and I think what I appreciated about the conversation that I had with the president was that we were not shy about the places of disagreement about the politics that has brought us to this moment.
CNN correspondent Gloria Pasadena was the latest in New York, where she talked to Mondani this morning. Gloria? Yeah, Jessica, you know, it was interesting for me in this moment where there's so much partisanship to watch the mayor-elect go into that meeting, have it turn out to appear to be positive, still, stick to his beliefs that, he is calling Donald Trump a fascist, reaffirm that the next day, and then say he expects to be able to work with him. And I think ultimately that is going to be the test of this administration, whether or not
Fascists is not really that awful if you get past the part where God be killing everybody in the name of the Lord. It's not acceptable. But you got part of Christ similar to me, I guess.
That New Yorkers are against here in New York City, namely whether or not the president will send the National Guard into New York City, immigration enforcement, the funding that New York City relies on from the federal government. All of that is on the table. But I talked to Zoran Malnati earlier today about how he prepared for this meeting. He was back here in the city on Sunday. He spoke at a church early on Sunday morning, and he told the congregation that he knows part of his job to deliver on the agenda of affordability is to work with people.
That's all I ask sometimes.
He
Yeah.
doesn't agree with.
I'm checking on candy.
Talk to me about how you decipher his language.
I'm not like
Approach this
$40
meeting,
right there.
what I've heard from New Yorkers who voted
They've been playing this game for a long time. Other than wife, black wife.
They told me most of
Ricky
the
Tice.
Oftentimes it's
Mhm.
conversations.
His name Ricky Tice. Ricky Tice. Motherfucker. Oh, that feel good too. Let it out. Tell him what you did for him. Go on, tell him. I know I did intuitive thing. You know, if you wrote it, I could tell. Tell the difference. It says. Huh?
Between Donald Trump's Ron
I told him, every time I put my video again, I will have my brother. Y'all not supposed to do that.
in that meeting as well. Both of them talked about
Hey, Deb.
something that we know
It's our index.
is important to the country.
Yours.
About the difficulty of getting housing here in New York City, which gets at a core issue of this incoming administration, the need to build more affordable housing, and a real problem here in New York City when it comes to housing. They talked about potentially working together to get Con Edison to bring down the rate of electricity.
Can't help it anyone I help it. Going back and seeing that. I'm president.
They talked
The pay is probably the same and it's better.
zoning code here in
That's
New
smart.
York City. So I think that this is a relationship that we are going to have to keep an eye on for many more months to come. Zoran Mamdani also shared with us that he did speak with the president about immigration enforcement. And while he did not get a commitment from him about whether or not he would deploy additional immigration forces into the city after he takes office, he talked to the president about making sure that there is no need for that. He said that he told the president the NYPD is doing a good enough job of keeping us safe. Jessica?
All right, Gloria, thank you so much for that. After announcing she's stepping away from the Republican congressman, Marjorie Taylor Greene, now shutting down the Becker relationship. Any plans to run for
Ricky Tinks. T-I-E-S-K. You guys email every other week. Ricky Tinks. Oh shit, yep. Ricky tastes. Tastes all the stuff. Except for your body.
While Jessica, Marjorie Taylor Greene announcing that it may to the lawmakers are wait a minute. Some Democrats say that they're not quite sure what to make of the decision.
I don't know.
But they have noted that they were
Well, the cake, no, we don't push on is the thing is put on. I'm not going to put on it. It's put on. Ricky, I got to Ricky down. Look at that, like that. What's that? It says, here we go with the Ricky stuff. You already know my set. What's up? Got that read. What are you talking about? Read roll. Like a laydown.
Did not shy away from
We just want everything to go. Oh, we're so cool.
Honestly, I was like, you got to me and you're on the other side of the president for 1 week and you can't take the heat. Imagine what it is to sit in my shoes.
Bad, I feel you're still alive, probably good.
But to have people like her who are constantly fanning their flames.
When we saw him, we knew it was okay. Right, this is gonna be alright, that's text. Everybody's giving out their name there, all over, like, everybody's saying, it's
and now with her leaving office, she really does have more lawmakers wondering what they mentioned. Some Democratic lawmakers started really seeing her as potentially being an ally and siding with them on several key issues when it comes to health care, subsidies, and other key priorities the lawmakers say that they want to address in the upcoming months. Thank you for that. Still ahead here, our local panel joining us to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene's shocking resignation from the House. Plus, new polling casting a dark shadow over next year's midterms for the Republican Party. We're going to explain how Republicans plan to campaign, even if it means going against Trump in some districts.
All There Is Live, streaming Thursday night at 9:15 at CNN.com/All There Is.
One-day women's multis are made for your overall health, with nutrients, immunity, and energy. So you never miss a beat. One day, the one for you.
This is the best holiday meal ever.
Yeah, you should not cook tomorrow. You said 1 turkey in one.
What?
You said 2 turkeys in one. 3, maybe 7 turkeys are on fire. You better strip cocktail, baby.
Better, real better. New Swiffer Rock Deluxe is made for small spaces. The upgraded strip gets 75% more scrubbing power. And with the new locking head, fitting into tight spaces is simple. The all-new Swiffer Rock Deluxe, the mother of all cleans.
Gold Bond Breeze Touch says everything. It says, I see you. I feel you. Get in touch with irresistibly touching the skin.
Wow.
Yeah, can you believe what's happening at Vision Works? You can use this year's benefits before they expire.
Even more wow.
Use your vision benefits before they expire. Vision Works. See the difference.
Why change the Sleep Number Smart Bed? Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that.
Can I make my side softer?
I like my side firmer. Sleep Number does that. Your ideal firmness and effortless comfort all night.
Can't help us sleep better and better.
Sleep Number does that. It's the Sleep Number Black Friday sale. Recharge this season with a bundle of the cozy, soothing comfort just to you through all of life's changes. Only at Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
At Great Wolf Lodge, there's excitement in every slide, adventures waiting to begin, and dance parties every night. So bring your pack together and book your stay now and save up to 40%.
Pronamel, clinical enamel strain, can help us to keep our enamel for a lifetime. It's backed by science. It is clinically proven to strengthen our teeth. I would recommend this toothpaste to everybody. It's really an amazing product.
When you get a classic ride, you need tools you trust. Whether you drive it every day or only take it out on the biggest night of the year, count on Harbor Freight. Early Black Friday is here.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just one pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts. Prilosec OTC. One pill, zero heartburn. All good.
When investing leads to questions, JP Morgan Wealth Management has powerful tools, research from expert analysts, and a single view of your banking and investing accounts right in the Chase mobile app. When you want to take control of your financial future, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil targeted relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contacts and lasts up to 8 hours.
Ever changed a tire before? I just wanted to help people by sharing dad advice on TikTok. Throw the big fish. I'm not a dad to just my own kids, but to the millions of people that just need to hear, you've got this.
When you don't use Bounce, dryer heat can be a real monster. It turns clothes into static magnets for your hair. Use Bounce to stop it. If you want static-resistant clothes,
What kind of gift can $34 get you these days? It could send someone to their ancestral village and give them a taste of their heritage, from mom's side and dad's side. That's a big gift at the lowest price ever.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. We need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
The public falling out between President Donald Trump and Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene boiled over this week, with Greene announcing her plans to resign a congressional seat in January. She also took to social media today to clarify speculation about her future plans, writing, "I'm not running for president, and I never said I wanted to, and have only laughed about it when anyone would mention it." Let's bring in CNN senior political commentator, Republican strategist, and former Trump campaign advisor David Urban, and CNN political commentator and Democratic strategist Maria Cardona. It is great to see both of you on this Sunday before Thanksgiving. Here we are. Good to see you. Okay, David, we have watched this thing between Marjorie Taylor Greene and the president, kind of, happening, and then really still in the public view, and now here we are, she's resigning. I'm curious what you think about
I
kind of
have been fucking
relationship with
with these
Republicans
bags. I
on the
don't
Hill.
want
I
to
mean,
take
he's
all of
really
these
got
bags.
such an
But some of them out like that.
he has worked with an iron fist. They've done everything he's wanted them to do for well over a decade now. We see her leaving Congress, and we see, with the Epstein vote before he changed his mind, them starting to push back a little bit. A lot of people, obviously everyone in the House, going to have to run for re-election in the coming year. How would you kind of categorize
I know it's gonna feel
where
something.
we are right now with Republicans on the Hill, specifically in the House.
Listen, I don't think, by the way, to characterize what happened is one way over, I think it's the understatement here. It's like a nuclear explosion, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that, I watched that video with my mouth and gaped the entire 10 minutes. Listen, Donald Trump is still wild.
No stuff, you call me my stuff. Now I had to quit. I was on your side. What do you mean was on my side? I had to quit and on my side. You on my side now? You know what? Never mind. Oh, that's fine. Hard to tell. So, never mind. You don't be part of Congress. Man, you be a good senator. You be Senator of Iowa. Why are you not the Senator of Iowa, Miss Green? Man. Sorry, sir. I was gonna tell her herself, and then I stopped immediately thinking about it. Fool, say anything.
Want to see these files turned over and turned out, and so the president was in a kind of a weird place, kind of almost, you know, campaigning against his
Senator
base,
of
so
Iowa.
to speak.
Run each chain. Listen, you tell to get on that Filipino. You get up there and you say, I am gonna clean this up. Here's a man. Yeah. You clean it up with don't say no to drugs all the time, just most of the time. Don't cut your grass every week, cut it every other week, water it, opposing weeks. Opposing weeks. You say, as soon as you say cut, yeah. You just want Iowa, Senator. Watch. Watch, Mr. Green. Watch. It's better than what? Thank you. Goodbye.
In the suburbs, big cities like Brian Fitzpatrick and Philly, as you know, and you know, Mike Waller and some others out on Long Island that have tougher districts that are a little bit more careful, but you know, Donald Trump's still wildly popular in most districts in America, and even Massey's district. You know, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
It's not even 7, is it?
There is a primary. Massey's
Oh, it's 7-18. It's 7-18. Ah.
I don't think there'll be too much of a schism as we go into midterms here. I know this will be long forgotten by the fall of 26.
Maria, how do you see everything too? Because let's remember that at least for the moment, there will be a special election. But, you know, Republicans are now down, would be in January, down another seat in a very slim majority in the House, which Mr. Johnson will have to move around. So just knowing all of that, what do you think?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jessica. And I think what we have to keep in mind is that, you know, David's right. Trump is still very popular among many Republican districts, but Trump is not on the ballot next year. And that's where you're seeing Republicans who are in these swing districts seeing what just happened on the November 4th elections where Democrats ran the table across the country.
Because of his quadrants in the brain.
Districts to blue, like
5 of them.
and on the very
Culture training. Oh, crap. Oh, fucking sword.
frankly says doesn't exist. I guess until he met with Mondani and now he understands how important it is. But Republicans have a very important decision to make, Jessica.
It was like,
In the past decade, the Republicans, when Republicans have controlled Congress, they have acted as if they are the legislative affairs office of Trump's White House, not like they are serving their own constituents. What, interestingly enough, what Marjorie Taylor Greene just did and clarified was that she is finally speaking to the needs of her constituents, not just on the Jeffrey Epstein files, but on issues like healthcare and the ACA and extending the subsidies. And you're seeing a lot of Republicans very concerned about this healthcare issue and subsidies, and starting to be very concerned about the so I think you're going to see many more Republicans.
it's hard enough. That's me jumping on somebody's plane because I let them do me again.
Breaking
I'm
from
joking.
Trump and speaking to the issues and the needs of their own constituents, which frankly were the ones who gave Trump their vote, thinking that he was going to lower the cost of groceries, gas, and rent, lower inflation like he promised, and instead he has betrayed them on those key issues.
You understand that? And it moves around it.
Well, you can comment on that, Maria, but I am curious.
It's that little throwback when it goes back. It goes the same direction, but it goes backwards. That keeps you stabilized. Don't get dizzy.
I think I'm just one of the things that Maria said. Listen, if Marjorie Taylor Greene really were speaking for constituents, they did feel that way, that she could run in a primary and win. Unfortunately, Donald Trump is still incredibly popular in her district, and if Donald Trump says to endorse Maria, and he's going to endorse Maria for that seat, Maria would win that seat, okay? So he is wildly powerful, wildly popular in that district. In that district. I'm just, you know, kind of,
the narrative that, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene is speaking for the people and Donald Trump is forgotten is not true. Listen, Doc, the economy is a concern for Republicans, and rightfully so. We were in such a hole, right? Inflation was huge, real wages weren't growing, and, you know, joblessness, all these terrible metrics by which you measure the economy were so terrible for the past 4 years. Donald Trump's been in office.
It's the 4 of them. There's 5 of them.
Inflation is down, real wage growth is up, but there's still a gap. There's still a big gap. And so when you go to the pump, when you go to the grocery store, people take out their checkbook, they take out their credit card, they make tough choices about what they have to do. Healthcare is one of them, right? Healthcare costs keep continuing to rise. We need to do something about it. As a nation, I don't think throwing more money at it's the answer. I think sitting down, Republicans and Democrats sitting down and trying to figure out how to bend that cost curve, right? That's the big fancy word. How to get prices down. How do we tame pharmaceutical prices? How do we cut out, fat?
That spins the top of the crown.
So that people can afford it.
And people, they know about it. That's why they try to spin it the wrong way. When they spin it this way, it's the wrong way. They know it's the wrong way. They spin it this way. Which isn't exactly true. It's got a.
Affordability is going to be an issue in the midterms. The Republicans realize that. They're going to work on it hard. But the real question is, just like in the Biden administration,
And that's its fool. That's their concept.
feel it in their pocketbooks by the time they go to the polls.
You know what I mean? How they go like that, but eventually it's a solid line across. And this is one bead that goes through all of it.
On the other side, and we'll be right back with you, including the CDC doubling down under HHS Secretary RFK's leadership, promoting an anti-science claim on its website. Stay with us here with the newsroom.
I told you about puppet treatment. I told you about the Buchanan treatment.
So, there comes a time, and every young man's life,
That's it.
pop his own twist. This is not one of those times.
When investing leads to questions, JP Morgan Wealth Management has powerful tools, research from expert analysts, and a single view of your banking and investing accounts right in the Chase mobile app. When you want to take control of your financial future, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
It's cough.
Mucus levels are high today, huh?
Not today. I got Mucinex 12 hour.
Mucinex 12 hour works continuously to break up mucus and move it up and out to rid the congestion and kill the bug.
When you've got a classic ride, you need tools you trust. Whether you drive it every day or only take it out on the biggest night of the year,
That's not.
Harbor Freight. Early Black Friday.
It goes in it too. It's like a tube. It doesn't go out of it like that.
Cough, congestion,
Only one and done. Mucinex Kickstart.
Tube power.
headache. Better. Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart severe congestion and cough.
So,
And Great Wolf Lodge, there's excitement in every
from
stop.
here
Adventures waiting to
to
begin.
here,
And dance parties every night.
that is
So bring your pack together and
0.892.
book your stay now and save up to 40%.
Pronamel, clinical enamel strength, can help us to keep our enamel for a lifetime. It's backed by science. It is clinically proven to strengthen our teeth. I would recommend this toothpaste to everybody. It's really an amazing product.
Is a unit to measure electricity.
Living with
It's
chronic
like
migraine,
a half a diode.
15 or more headache
That's
days
it.
a month,
0.8
each
is a half a
lasting 4
diode.
hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine.
That
The
is
treatment
roughly
is 4 times a year. So why wait?
half.
Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away. Has trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems,
This
or muscle
circumference
weakness can signs
diameter.
of a life-threatening condition.
This.
Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, and injection site pain and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, may be $0.
Yuka is my family, he's my son, which is why their health is so important.
My cat Henry has brought me so much joy, and he deserves to have the healthiest life possible.
Bruce means the world to me because he is tiny and he deserves nothing but the best.
Smalls is made with high protein preservative-free ingredients that can actually recognize when people love it, obsessed with it. Other cat food brands put so much junk in their food, and I don't want to feed it like that, which is why I'm choosing to feed my cat Smalls.
Everything comes out amazing.
It literally tastes like it just came out of a restaurant. This is incredible.
This thing is a lifesaver.
Discover the only system of chef-crafted meals, smart oven, and app that makes cooking as simple as scanning a QR code. With Tavala, you can easily explore a wide array of meals, artfully crafted by talented chefs.
This is still good, like 10,000 times faster, so your head's still crazy. I feel my ball sack. You feel like the Taurus? Yeah. You feel like the ball sack? That's good. When you're speeding up properly, you get healed mentally. Oh, I don't want to touch it, I want to touch it. You know what I mean? Let it feel like that. Oh, it's like it's not. They were bonding again. They were getting our power back. We're taking back the electricity in our bodies. They were sync up electrons.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Purple. Less pain, better sleep.
Purple. Less pain, better sleep.
Republican Senator and physician Bill Cassidy is stressing the importance of vaccinations after a new update was added to the CDC website stating the claim vaccines do not cause autism is not based on evidence. The change was made after Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he ordered the CDC to update the website to say that. Cassidy pushed back on that move this morning in a conversation with RJ Tapper.
Anything that undermines the understanding, the correct understanding, the absolute scientifically based understanding that vaccines are safe and that if you don't take them, you're putting your child or yourself in greater danger. Anything that underlines that message is a problem.
CNN's Julia Benbrook is joining us now. Julia, tell us more about these changes.
Well, medical professionals are voicing concerns as scientific information on the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's website has been replaced with anti-vaccine talking points. Let's take a closer look at what those changes are. There are now bullet points on the website that say that the statement vaccines do not cause autism is not an evidence-based claim, adding, quote, studies supporting a link have been ignored by health authorities. So that's what you see when you first go to this webpage. And then if you scroll down to the main header, it still states vaccines do not cause autism, but with an asterisk that directs readers to a footnote. And there it states that the wording was removed due to an agreement with the chair of the U.S. Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. That refers to a promise made by HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a longtime anti-vaccine activist, with Senator Bill Cassidy, a Republican senator and a physician who had a key vote when it came to Kennedy's confirmation. I want to play something that Cassidy said when he described his support of Kennedy on the Senate floor. This was back in February. He actually mentioned the website specifically. Take a listen.
It confirmed he will maintain the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices recommendations without changes. CDC will not remove statements on the website pointing out that vaccines do not cause autism.
Now, in a statement following the changes to the website, Cassidy said this in part: I'm a doctor who has seen people die from vaccine-preventable diseases. What parents need to hear right now is vaccines for measles, polio, hepatitis B, and other childhood diseases are safe and effective and will not cause autism. Any statement to the contrary is wrong, irresponsible, and actively makes Americans sicker. Now, it is important to note here there are many credible studies that found no relationship between vaccines and autism. An HHS spokesperson, though, defended the changes to the website, calling them the gold standard of evidence-based science.
Yeah, even though Julia, health professionals would continue to say that there is no evidence linking those two things. Thank you so much for that. David Urban and Maria Cardona are back with us. David, quickly, I do want to just ask you about what we just heard there. This the politicizing of the greatest health organizations in the world. I mean, people look to the CDC as the gold standard, and that is true. What do you think of this? And this was something RFK Jr. had promised he wouldn't be doing to Bill Cassidy.
Yeah, so look, I think Bill Cassidy has an issue and take it up with the secretary there. He should do that as part of his oversight. But to think that people in America have faith in our government healthcare, advisory system after COVID, I think Americans don't. I think Americans don't listen to it. Americans are wise to listen to their own pediatricians and doctors, which I suspect they do. Nobody's being forbidden to get a vaccine. If you're a parent, you want to get your kid vaccinated, which you should, you're going to get them vaccinated. If you don't, if you're one of those people who thinks it's bad for them, you're not going to do it. And so I don't think this changes anything. And then interestingly, I think Democrats are all in a kerfuffle about this, but nobody cared when 20 million individuals crossed our border illegally. Nobody checked their vaccine passports to see whether those kids are immunized for MMR or measles or anything else. So I just find it also just confusing and much to do about it.
Maria? Well, first of all, that's a ridiculous statement, David. And secondly, the reason why Americans have no faith in our statistics is because somebody like our conspiracy theorist, someone who is anti-science, who has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to vaccines and autism, has become the Secretary of Health and Human Services in the greatest country in the world. I bet you anything that Bill Cassidy regrets his vote. More importantly, this is going to give Democrats continued momentum going into the midterm elections to talk about how Republicans have absolutely zero credibility when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to the well-being of Americans. Something like this that Bill Cassidy himself said could make Americans sicker and cost American kids their lives. But on top of that, the lack of Republican efforts to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies, where many Americans will give up health care and they could die, in addition to taking away Medicaid in the big portable bill from millions and millions of Americans. And you equal a party that has absolutely no interest in keeping Americans safe. And that is something that Democrats can absolutely take advantage of next year.
Good job, Maria. That's a good job. Kids can still get vaccinated if they want to. Parents can still do it. Some language on the website that's changed. And the reason that people lost faith in the CDC and other things because they were lied to for so many years about COVID and all the things we know now are complete BS. And look, it's just
You don't think the health secretary? You don't think the health secretary of the United States of America should follow science and not put something on the website that actually makes Americans less safe?
I'm not.
Your own senator, Republican senator, has said that?
Americans can still get the vaccine if they want. Everybody can do what they're going to do. Listen, if you have a kid, are you going to listen to what the CDC says, or are you going to do what your doctor says? Are you going to use common sense? Or are you going to listen to what the government says? Maria, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking a completely different question.
I will listen to my doctor.
Are people responsible for themselves, or you let the government?
Okay, I have to jump in. I don't think we're going to find agreement on this. This
Oh,
was
Lorena.
about vaccines as causing
Personal responsibility. Personal responsibility.
So David, Maria, thank you to both of you. I do appreciate it. All right, have a good week. We'll be right back.
Monse, y yo milagros. A la señora Daniela ya la había visto una...
Esa vez en tu casa no te pude presentar.
That ball came quick to the pin for Alana. A little bit too fast for her arm swing, maybe even, but she's able to stop her swing and just get a good pop on that ball. You can see her bring her arm almost back off of the ball to not let it go too far out of bounds. Kind of get more topspin on it.
Nobody led the Kansas Jayhawks in kills last season, and making a bid to lead Northwestern this season in her final year of college volleyball. But Purdue with the answer to Jace Nadi off the line there, and we are tied at 21. Anderson serves out.
That was quite close. Caleb Paris there trusted that ball pretty well. I would have probably played that, given how close it was right there. You want to be 100% certain. Apparently she was. I'll trust her on that.
Huh. Where's my Fox Internet? It's gone. No. Good. What? Well, did they play my stuff and I born? Honestly, we think so.
Try
Oh, that sucks.
When you've got a classic ride, you need tools you trust. Whether you drive it every
Ukraine is going to have to concede land. I don't like that. I don't think anybody that supports Ukraine likes that. I don't think it's fair. That being said, President Trump believes, and I agree with him, that because President Biden refused to get the weapons into Ukraine when they needed them at the beginning of the war, when they had the ability to fully repel these Russian troops, because he did not do that, it allowed Russian troops to entrench themselves, and it has created this stalemate. And as much as I don't want to see a single inch of Ukrainian land given to Russia, in order to get to a peace plan so that we can stop the slaughter that is happening, the only way to do that is going to be through a negotiated settlement.
Leslie, can you talk to us about why we've been seeing, to your point about this in the background having come after weeks of negotiations and involving all the parties, why the timing and the manner in which this potential peace plan is being announced? What do you think is going on in the background?
So one thing for timing that's important to keep in mind is that winter is coming. Winter is here in Ukraine, and it is going to be a very cold, very hard winter for the people of Ukraine as Putin continues to target their energy infrastructure. I think the president knows this in the back of his mind, understands that there is a real risk here to a humanitarian crisis in Ukraine over heat, and trying to make sure that we can bring this to an end as quickly as possible. So I am certain that that is absolutely in the back of his mind. I know there's been a lot of attention paid to this deadline, right, that the president has set. But again, President Trump is a master deal maker. He knows when you're in negotiations, you got to set deadlines with people. Otherwise, they'll just drag their feet forever. He's already come out and said very clearly that this is kind of his introductory plan. There's flexibility. Secretary Rubio has said the same thing too. So I think that the timing and the pressure right now is to try to make sure these negotiations are continuing to move forward. I think he felt that they stalled out, especially after the big success of the Alaska summit, and he wants to try to get this rolling again.
Leslie, I wonder also if you could shed some light on how the American public might be viewing all this. I mean, we've just come through early November elections where, I mean, the key issue, of course, is domestically. What we're seeing in the cost of living, the Democrats, there was a clean sweep pretty much. How does the domestic backdrop perhaps play into what we're seeing on the global stage in this really high stakes confrontation between Ukraine and Russia?
So poll after poll has showed that Americans will continue to support Ukraine. Even a majority of Republicans continue to support Ukraine. So I don't think that this is any kind of a negative thing against the president.
Yeah.
I think overall Americans are war weary. I think that they want to find an end to this. I don't think many of them very much like Russia, and certainly don't want anything that appears as though Russia is victor. But I mean, we've all seen the images and the videos of dead Ukrainians, children being targeted, women being targeted. We've got to figure out a way that we can end this war and save lives.
Among the confrontations, I think slight concern as well is whether the Trump administration is taking an aggressive posture.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine.